meeting part right now.
Okay, just let me know.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Lauren. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our planning meeting for July 14th. Beautiful morning here in Port Carling. Welcome, everyone. I am going to call this meeting to order at 9:01. I'm also going to confirm that all of our councillors are present, except I don't see Councillor Nishikawa yet, and Councillor, oh, is she?
Yep.
Oh, okay, great. She's here. So it's just Councillor Jaglowitz who sends his regrets today. I'm also going to confirm that we have our senior management team here and that we did all input we received through planning at muskokalakes.ca was distributed to all of our councillors. And if it came in too late, it will be acknowledged by our planning people when they present each application. So today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. And actually, I think for the first time since I've started chairing this, we don't have a supplementary agenda today. So I'm going to now ask if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest. Okay, well, seeing none, then we can move directly on to our planning public meetings. And the first one is for Wallace and Mr. Soya. I believe that is you. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Good morning, members of the committee and members of the public. The first applications to be heard this morning are severance applications B09 and 1022 ML and concurrent zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1522 in the name of Wallace. I would direct committee's attention to the consent and zoning sketches starting on page 29 of today's agenda package. The proposal involves two abutting properties. The westerly property is known as 1018 Bluff Road. This lot is vacant and naturally forested with an existing lot area of 100 acres, and it is zoned rural RU2. The easterly property is known as 1038 Bluff Road. This lot has a lot area of 66 acres, has frontage on Lake Rosso, and is zoned waterfront commercial WC7 and contains a dwelling and accessory structures. The first of the two severance applications is application B0922 ML. This application involves only the westerly property. The applicants proposed to sever this lot and create one 18-acre severed lot and one 82-acre retained lot. And the second severance application is application B1022 ML. This application is for a boundary adjustment, or commonly referred to as a lot addition. And this is along the common lot boundary between the two existing properties. The applicant proposes to sever a 2-acre parcel from the easterly lot and add it to the severed lot of the first severance. This transfer of land will increase the size of the proposed severed lot from the first application from 18 acres to 20 acres. The intent is to add these lands as they contain a building envelope that has a view of Lake Rosso. This boundary adjustment creates an irregular common lot boundary that has been described in the staff report as a bump out along the boundary. The third application is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 1522. The intent of this application is to rezone the area within the 2-acre severed lot from waterfront commercial WC7 to rural RU2. This RU2 zoning would then match the RU2 zoning of the rest of the westerly lands. So in summary, the first severance proposes to create one new lot. The second severance proposes to increase the area of the new lot. And the zoning bylaw amendment proposes to permit rural residential development within this bump out area. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 20 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 3 submissions have been received to date. The township's building division and the district of Muskoka have advised that they have no concerns. The township's public works department has advised that a condition of approval should require the confirmation of entrance permits along Judd Haven Road for the proposed severed and retained lots of the first severance application. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the applications be approved subject to the following conditions of consent and a minor amendment to the proposed bylaw. For application B0922ML, conditions of approval include a requirement for registration of the reference plan, cash in lieu of parkland dedication, confirmation of the availability of entrance permits, that the severed and retained lots be made subject to site plan control to ensure structural development and driveway construction will occur without negatively impacting wetlands, and that wetlands be rezoned to environmental protection EP1. For application B1022ML, conditions of approval include standard conditions for a lot addition application, and that zoning approval be obtained to rezone the severed lot from waterfront commercial WC7 to open space private OS2. And it also states to environmental protection EP1. Just two things to note here. Firstly, the recommendation to rezone this 2-acre area to EP1 is an error in the staff report. There do not appear to be any wetlands in this 2-acre area. And if committee is considering approval, staff would ask that this condition be revised to just delete the reference to EP1. So it should only read that it will be rezoned to OS2, open space. Secondly, it is important to note that staff have recommended that this bump out area be zoned to OS2 instead of the requested RU2. As is outlined in the staff report, staff do not support residential development in this area as it would create a second tier of waterfront development on Lake Rosso. For zoning bylaw amendment Z1522, staff have recommended approval, but only if the approval is subject to a minor amendment to bylaw 2022-064 to rezone the bump out area to open space private OS2 instead of to rural RU2. And also to restrict the permitted uses in the open space zone by prohibiting agricultural, forestry, hunt camp, and wayside pit and quarry uses. And I have no further comments at this time, but would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soya. And we are now going to go to the applicants and their agents. So Mr. Ryan, it looks like, or Mr. Allen, sorry, Ryan, it looks like you would like to speak first and then perhaps the owners would like to speak. So please go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Chair Bridgman. Good morning, members of committee, members of the public. Thank you, staff and Mr. Soya for their thorough review of the application and the summary. I have a presentation that I would like to share. For formalities, my name is Ryan Allen. I am a professional planner with Planscape, 104 Kimberley Ave, Bracebridge, P1L 1Z8.
Sure, we'll bring this up momentarily.
No problem. There it is. Thank you. So as Mr. Soya had mentioned, there are two consent applications and a zoning bylaw amendment that are being submitted today. The applicants that I'm assisting are Adam Wallace, Sarah Wallace, and Janet Wallace at 1018 and Unit 10, 1033 Bluff Road. Next slide, please. There are two separate properties that are part of this application. Property number 1, which is the rural lot, and property number 2, which has the waterfront commercial zoning. Next slide, please. There's two severances proposed, as was explained. One is to create a new lot and one is to enlarge the new lot, as well as a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lot addition lands from waterfront commercial to rural. Next slide, please. This is the first severance on property 1, which is 1018 Bluff Road. 18 acres are proposed to be severed with approximately 500 feet on Judd Haven. You can see the retained land is a large lot with a similar amount of frontage on Judd Haven Road. Next slide, please. The next severance application is a lot addition from property number 2. This is Janet Wallace's lot. that proposed to add 2 acres to the lot that was proposed to be severed in severance number 1, which increases the lot area from 18 acres to 20 acres and decreases the lot area of Janice's lot from 66 to 64 acres. No change in frontage for the waterfront lot. And I would note that I understand from the Wallaces that the intention to build within the bump out area is to provide greater proximity to grandma and grandpa who have a home down close to the waterfront on property number 2. Next slide, please. This is the final lot configuration with 20 acres, 82 acres, and 64 acres of lot area. Approximately 500 feet of frontage on Judhaven Road for the 2 lots and no change in frontage for the waterfront lot. I would note that the bump out itself is located approximately 1,000 feet from Lake Rosso at the closest point. Next slide, please. The existing zoning in the area includes waterfront commercial WC7 zoning over the entirety of Janet Wallace's lot. Adam and Sarah's lot is zoned a combination of rural and EP1. There was an application that was approved, a severance and zoning bylaw amendment in 2015. There's an arrow that points to the lot addition that was severed off of the waterfront property and added to the rural lands. And these lands were rezoned from waterfront commercial to RU2 in 2015 with a specific prohibition of forestry and agricultural uses in that hatched area. I would also note that I've starred some properties where there are rural zones, either that immediately abut and back onto a waterfront commercial zoned lot, or rural zoned lands that are within 500 feet of the shoreline and are not separated from the waterfront zone properties by a road or other type of feature. Next slide, please. And as was mentioned, the intention is to rezone this the small bump out area from waterfront commercial WC7 to RU2. And the result of that rezoning would allow for the RU2 to be consistent zoning over the entire new lot. And similar to the 2015 severance and zoning amendment that was approved just to the south, agricultural and forestry uses could be prohibited in this area. Next slide, please. So in terms of planning analysis, the lot frontages and areas comply with the minimum of the WC7 and RU2 zones. Available access from Judhaven Road for the severed and retained lots is available. There's sufficient lot area and acceptable terrain to service the new and existing lots. A similar severance application and zoning bylaw amendment were approved just to the south of this proposal in 2015. I mentioned there are other rural zone lots that abut waterfront lots that are larger and set back closer to the shoreline than the proposed bump out, particularly ones that are in the existing area today. A future dwelling will be constructed in compliance on the new lot, so that's setbacks, coverage, height, etc. No new development is proposed on Unit 10, 1038 Bluff Road, which is Janice Wallace's lot. The existing development will remain. We have no objection to applying the EP1 zoning to the existing wetland areas. Mr. Wallace has no desire to construct within those areas and would like to protect the environment as much as possible. We have no objection to prohibiting forestry and agricultural uses within the bump out. However, we are opposed to the site plan control being applied to the rural zone lands. We believe that the EP1 zone, if it's applied to the wetland area, will prohibit any tree removal, site alteration, and disruption to the wetland. And that would provide sufficient protection to the wetland area. Rural zones are not presently subject to any site plan agreement requirements currently, only waterfront and commercial zones. And next slide, please. So I appreciate the comments from staff and concerns raised about proximity to the waterfront. The official plan specifically states that the lands that are located beyond 500 feet from the waterfront have to physically or functionally relate to the waterfront area. This new lot will have access from Judhaven Road. It will be located more than 1,000 feet from the shoreline. in my opinion, it's better to consider the actual impacts on the waterfront lots than simply to focus on whether a glimpse of the lake is visible from the new lot or not. Impacts like privacy and other visual impacts related to what a waterfront property owner sees from their property versus what could be viewed from the lake at a distance. I would note there are many high points of land across the municipality that have lots that are zoned rural that may have a partial view or a view of the lake. Those lots are not in the waterfront area or considered to be in the waterfront designation, even though that view may exist. So it would be my submission to the committee today that the proposed severances and zoning bylaw amendment conforms with the township and district official plan, consistent with the provincial policy statement, and represents good planning. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Would Mr. or Ms. Wallace like to speak? You're more than welcome to chime in if you would like.
Oh, hi, Adam and Sarah Wallace, 1059 Big Joe Road, number 21. I think Ryan went over everything very carefully, and he speaks on our behalf. I think the big thing to note here is that we want to move closer to my parents, and we're very family oriented. Our kids are the 7th generation to grow up in Muskoka, and we love Muskoka. My parents are very active with looking after our children. We're very busy parents, and having them close by is a big help to us looking after our children. And as they age, we'll be there to help them. So that's basically it. And thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Can I just get your official address? I don't think you gave that to us.
1059 Big Joe Road, number 21, Port Sandfield.
All for just the record. All right. Is there, Rachel, would there be anybody else who would like to speak on behalf of this that you're seeing? No? Anyone who would be opposed to this application? If you're online, please raise your electronic hand and we'll bring you in. Okay. All right then. Then I'm going to turn this over to committee. Committee questions, comments, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the reference that was made by Ryan Allen to site plan control, could we get that explained for me? This seems to me a relatively simple, although large, severance application. Can you explain that to me, just so I understand? Site plan control, what?
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I would agree with Mr. Allen that it's not overly typical for large rural properties to be subject to site plan control. In this case, the property has a wetland identified roughly at the location where the two lots meet, where the proposed severed and retained lots meet, and it is not known at this time where driveways would be located and also where development envelope would be located. Staff have recommended that or have recommended that the bump out area not be zoned for residential development. So if the lot is created, and if residential development is proposed within close proximity to Judhaven Road, then it would be considered to be within the adjacent lands to that wetland, and therefore the wetland could be impacted, and therefore we've suggested that it be subject to site plan control so that staff can ensure that development will be appropriately set back from that feature. Thank you.
Okay, so just for my clarification, if I could, Mr. Sawyer, you're recommending that there is no building envelope in that quote bump out. If that was the case, do you still want site plan control, or I'm having trouble seeing where the wetlands are, to be honest with you, and I'm obviously on the wrong page, but maybe if you could just help me with that. If we don't allow development on the bump out, are we still looking at site plan control?
Thank you. So specifically, if development is not permitted in the bump out, it is specifically then important to ensure that development will not be moved right along Judhaven Road without staff having an opportunity to determine where a building envelope would be because of the wetland that's also along the frontage. Even if development were in the bump out, there would be a considerable length of driveway construction, and it would depend on, and it's there's some steep slopes on the property. There's a wetland that is connected to another wetland to the east as well. And a driveway would likely cross that area. And therefore, staff had some concerns with just the placement of the driveway leading to any development envelope. But in particular, seeing that staff are recommending that the bump out not include a dwelling. If the lot is created, a dwelling could potentially be located right next to Judhaven Road, right next to the wetland. Thank you.
Thank you. That clarifies it for me. Thank you. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. I guess number one on the site plan, is it possible to maybe just through this application create a build zone or a no build zone versus having to and just identify that on the zoning map so it doesn't have to be subject to site plan? I'll leave that just as a potential going forward. The question I have is, it would appear to me there's no question the bump out is to build and to have some view of the lake. That's the reason for adding. I think the lot, 18 acres, is a pretty big lot, really not that much different than 22 or 20, pardon me. But the lot bump out directly to the south of this bump out, which was passed in 2015 under Bylaw 116, basically created a similar thing on property number one, a bump out for, I'm assuming, a view of the lake. I guess why would staff 7 years ago allow that bump out to be an RU2, which would have the same effect over property number two or the retained lands, and not allow it on this particular one? You know, I look around the lake, there are a number of back lots. I look across from my place at Dawson Road, and there's a back lot development up high in the woods that I can see, but certainly doesn't seem as two-tier. Yes, it's a home well set back from the lake. It has nothing to do with the waterfront community. It just happens to be on a big piece of land. So I'm just trying to figure out the justification in 2015 that we would allow that the original bump out to be RU2, but now we're saying no.
I see Mr. Sharp, and I believe staff recommended against that in there, but Mr. Sharp, maybe you can give us a little more information.
Good morning, Chair Bridgman, members of committee, and thank you, Mayor Harding, for your question. There is a history to this property. You are correct. In 2015, there was a quote-unquote bump out approved. At that time, Mr. Allen was the township senior planner and had recommended against that and had cited some concerns. And council at that time approved the application despite staff's concerns, are based on my review of the report that was prepared and the documentation that goes along with it. There were some negotiations, I believe, that were undertaken between the Wallaces and council as to where the quote unquote bump out would be located. There was some shifting around, but ultimately it did get approved despite the concerns that were raised by staff. Hopefully that helps clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anybody else have any comments here? Councillor Mazan.
Thank you. It's really more a question versus a comment, and it was coming from, I think a constituent had reached out to us. I just think it would be helpful for staff to clarify their position or of the 489 feet of frontage on the road versus the 660 feet intended for backlots. I think that question came through to us this morning early, and I just would like to have a staff explanation as to the rationale there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So I apologize if I was sent that email as well. I'm not sure, but I was not. I don't believe I've received that this morning. But to clarify the frontage requirements, the proposed severance does satisfy the severance requirements in the rural designation. So in the rural RU2 zone, it satisfies the frontage requirement on Judd Haven Road. It is correct that backlots typically are required to have a frontage of 660 feet. And this would not, as the lot stands today, it is of the first severance without the bump out. All those lands are within the rural designation and therefore would conform and comply with the requirements of the rural zoning. I don't know if that, hopefully that provides some clarity as to why staff are supportive of the lot being created, as it does meet the frontage requirement on the road. Thank you.
So Councillor Mazan, I think you're trying to have a follow-up.
Well, I think because we typically are talking about front line on the water, it can become a bit confusing when we're talking about backlots and rural. So just for my clarity, the 660-foot frontage is what? I'm going to get to the plain language, translate from planning language for a moment.
Yes, so the 660-foot frontage would be road frontage. So typically, when there are backlots within the waterfront designation, the shoreline lots are separated from backlots by a municipal road that runs generally parallel to the shoreline. And the frontage requirement is the frontage requirement on that road that separates the shoreline lots from the backlots. And that is not the case if we're looking at this through that lens. Here, the lot without this bump out is a rural lot that satisfies the frontage requirement on the rural, on the municipal road, Judd Haven Road.
Okay, so
It does, because, sorry, go on, Councillor Bridgen. Thank you.
sorry, so what is maybe this will make it easier because Judd Haven Road, and I understand now, I think if there was a road between the retained lots and the front lot, that's the 660 feet requirement. But on Judd Haven Road, what is the requirement for this property? Maybe that's the easier way to put it. So how many feet, Mr. Sawyer, do they need on this to create this lot and stay within all of our bylaws?
I believe it's 325 feet.
So that would be the answer. Just as a note of clarification, I believe only the councillors got that email this morning. And I did try to get it distributed, but it's very, very difficult the morning of our meeting to make sure that everybody gets anything that might come in the morning. So that's why you didn't see it. So, okay, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much, Chair Bridgman. I can support this application. I think we should still leave the site plan in, and that site plan control. As it was said back in 2015, there was a pump out, even though it was recommended they shouldn't be. This way, it will ensure there's no building on that pump out. And if you're looking at page 32, it makes an ugly lot line in that there. That's too bad it didn't come back to the other one, but I can support it. But I think we should still leave the site plan control in if there's wetlands and everything else like that, and to assure there's nothing built on the pump out. I would support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. And through you, I'm looking at the zoning map on page 41, and it looks as if the environmental protection zone is quite south of the actual property. And if you look at where the bump out is going to go, there is a piece of property in between Waterfront and the bump out. So I would not have a problem with that being zoned RU2 and a building being allowed on there. And for the site plan control, like I said, the EP looks like it's quite a bit south, and unless there's something on the map that I can't see that it isn't indicated, I don't think that site plan is needed in this case.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I have a different question in looking at this, determining whether this is an OS2 zone or an RU2 zone. The current property number 2 in the original retained land, which is WR7 or something, waterfront property, we allow a home, cottage, and a secondary 650 square foot cabin on that. If there's only currently one home on that property, do not the grandparents have every right currently to build in this same potential area right now and put a cabin? So I'm not sure we're solving any problems at the end of the day or restricting things. They can do it themselves already, unless I'm missing, there's already a cottage and a cabin on the property. So maybe staff can help understand what's existing on property number 2, because I'm tending to go down Councillor Hayes' thought process.
Okay, Mr. Sawyer, can you help us out with that? Or Mr. Sharp? I see your camera's on, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The retained lot number 2, and the second consent application is on Waterfront Commercial WC7. It's one of only slightly more than a handful of waterfront contractors' lots in the township. And the area that is proposed to be rezoned is zoned Waterfront Commercial WC7 and is proposed to be rezoned to RU2. In my professional opinion, that portion of the property is within the waterfront designation. The official plan is clear that a single tier of building lots is contemplated along the waterfront. Back lots can be considered where there's separation by a public roadway between the linear single tier of building lots abutting the waterfront and the back lots on the other side of the road. This is a situation where there's an elevated height of land within the quote unquote bump out. And I think staff's concern is largely due to compatibility, the potential visual impact from the lake, and the appearance of 2 tiers of development. So I think that's largely where our concerns stem. I think to answer your more specific question, the retained lot or the parent lot is developed today with a dwelling. Another dwelling wouldn't be permitted. There's a different suite of development rights associated with the lot because of its commercial zoning, and it's not a residential property. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Harding, follow up?
Just a supplemental then. Again, leave the bump out away. If it retained lot, because of the commercial zoning, they could not build a bunkie, if you will, a 650 square foot bunkie in that back section or another place on their lands. Is that what I'm hearing staff say? They're only entitled to one dwelling? And I know there is a road that runs through the property, because I've visited the neighbors to the south across, I think it's called Bluff Road, that separates the home from the back lot. So I'm just trying to figure out what would be allowed, what buildings. I know not a full cottage, but would a second bunkie be allowed?
Mr. Sharp?
So just reading the zoning bylaw, it's not a zone that we deal with often, but the main permitted uses in the WC7 zone are a contractor's yard, which I think speaks to some of our concerns about the bump out itself. There's a the fact that a contractor's yard is permitted on the lot. It is a large lot, but definitely a more extensive use is contemplated in that zone. So now through the bump out, we're now introducing a residential use in closer proximity than what would otherwise be permitted on the severed lot in the first application. Another use that's permitted, and again, a main use, is a residential dwelling unit and a home-based business. And there are no identified accessory uses. So to answer your question, I don't believe that a accessory sleeping cabin would be permitted on the lot in this instance.
Okay. All right. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, having listened to this debate and looked at all the information, I actually think staff have it right here. I think not permitting any building on the bump out, if you will, the 2-acre bump out, satisfies what is generally believed, that we don't allow 2 tiers of development on the waterfront. I also, if I understood correctly, I'm a little less clear on the issue of wetlands and the availability of a building envelope on the back lot, if you will, or front portion of the property. And I think until that gets sorted out, site plan would be necessary just to make sure we stay clean with respect to that. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sharp.
Sorry to interject, Chair Bridgman. Just to clarify the concern, if you want to call it that, about the wetlands, I don't think that there's a concern. There's definitely a building envelope available on the severed lot in the first application. We don't have a concern about that. I think our concern is just to make sure that the lot, given the natural heritage constraints that do exist along part of the frontage and over the remaining lands, are just that there's some consideration given to those constraints as part of the development, and hence our reasoning for site plan control, just to make sure that that those areas can be avoided and that the lot can be developed responsibly. I understand that it is a rural lot, but there are rural policies that speak to considerations related to wetlands and all of those types of things. So we're just trying to put our best foot forward and do the right thing from a planning perspective. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp, don't go away, because I have a question for you. If you don't mind, just to Mayor Hart, I'm thinking about the site plan control and the extra cost. Is it a possibility, as Mayor Harding suggested, that we could identify areas where they could build and then we won't need the site plan control? I know it's a bit of a reversal, but does that make any sense from a planning standpoint?
Certainly it could be done. I would look to Mr. Allen to confirm if his clients would be in a position to identify an envelope. Of course, I guess it's going to depend on which way committee is leaning with this. If committee isn't inclined to approve the request to rezone the bump out, then Mr. Allen and his clients would have to look elsewhere on the remaining lands for a development envelope, and that envelope could be enshrined in the bylaw as part of council's approval, and some detail with respect to a driveway route could be identified as well, and that could be sort of vetted through our public works staff just to make sure that that there would be no issues with the alignment on Judhaven Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So after Councillor Edwards and Councillor Nishikawa speak, I am going to look for a straw vote on the bump out and whether we're going to allow it to be rezoned. I think we need a feeling for that. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. If we don't rezone the bump out, it's fine because they can't build on it. We have another one coming forward that there is a building envelope and they want to build outside of that envelope, and they're coming for permission, even though they're moving it back further from the water. So I would either leave site plan control in or not rezone it. Thank you.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm leaning towards just finding a solution or a location on the site without having to have site plan control. It's very, I think it got very convoluted a little bit, the discussion. But in fact, I do believe that they can find an envelope. They don't have to pay an additional, I'm not going to say the dollar figure, but I don't know that there's going to be any benefit necessarily from that. I think if we do everything, as I say, find the location. I actually had thought that there would have been a report come forward. Normally we would have seen that Sandy Boss would have said, oh, these locations are suitable. So I understand that may be coming or not, I'm not sure, but at this point, I'm not in favor of necessarily putting site plan control in place. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I'm just listening to the conversation about the site plan control, and just if the applicant was also going to be recommending a or showing a building envelope, and if there was one other approach that could be considered would be to increase the include a buffer within the EP1 around the wetland. But that's just something else I just wanted to just mention, that potentially there might be a way to ensure that development is set back, and it goes back to the mayor's comments as well in terms of how to maybe set a no build zone around that wetland along the Judhaven Road. And just to touch upon Councillor Hayes' comment with regards to the location of that wetland, it is actually, I don't believe it's shown in the, potentially not shown right in the material that's within the agenda. There is currently a small EP1 area on the property already. That is further to the south, but the wetland that is of concern is directly at the north end of the curve along the property that is being severed, and it's just a matter of ensuring that development is set back accordingly from that feature. So that's, yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, so can we start with the bump out? Can I get a reading on who is in favor of having that as a building envelope? Who would like to see this allowed as a building envelope? 3 people. So we have 3. So if we do not carry through with that as a building envelope, then perhaps we can go to Mr. Soy's suggestion that we put some restrictions in place around our concerns with the wetlands and not have to have a site plan agreement. Would that be supported? Who would support that? I would support that. Okay, so I think we have support for that. So now I am going to, I think I'm going to ask, I'm not quite sure how we update this. What would you suggest, Mr. Pink? Would you like to speak for a minute or not? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee. I think just to be clear before I amend the resolution, I believe the ultimate outcome is to continue to prohibit development in the bump out. However, to remove the condition for site plan control and to replace that, I believe we are already recommending that areas, wetland areas, are zone EP1, perhaps a modest sufficient buffer around those EP1 zones could encapsulate staff's concerns about potentially building in proximity to those wetlands. And also, once zoned EP1, the site alteration bylaw would prevent any filling to construct a driveway within. So I think, given that, I believe the direction from committee is to remove the site plan control condition, leave in the EP zoning. I can add wording about a sufficient buffer around that EP zone for clarity, but I think the direction is clear. So that sums it up. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to have to take a minute here to let, it's a really long motion, so, okay. Mr. Ryan?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Given that Mr. Sharp specifically mentioned my previous recommendation in staff report, I feel compelled to respond to that statement. Yes, I absolutely did prepare the previous planning analysis on behalf of the township in my previous role. When we did raise concerns specifically about the bump out and it being a potential building area. Through the public meeting and during the public meeting, staff's concerns were specifically raised related to the visual appearance of a new dwelling on that bump out from the waterfront lot that it immediately abuts. Mr. Wallace explained at that public meeting that that bump out is not visible. Based on my site visit, I misunderstood the precise location of that bump out on a large rural lot. So further understanding was gained at the public meeting about the specific proposal. So I think it's important that staff's or my recommendation in 2015 was partly based on a misunderstanding of the proposal itself, and then further to that, through the discussions at the public meeting, I learned more about the lot. I heard from council and committee members about their perspective. So I just want to make sure that the committee understands that I'm not talking out both sides of my mouth here. I haven't recommended support of one application one day and raise concerns with an application the other day. The last point that I would make is that it's my understanding that if a zoning bylaw amendment is approved by council and goes unappealed, it is deemed to conform with the official plan. I'd just like to provide those comments to the committee before you proceed with your resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. I appreciate Mr. Allen's comments, and I'm wondering, if we approve an OS2 zone today, gives the applicant 30 days to take photographs, to show us a view from the canoe, to kind of give a better depiction that could be potentially amended in 30 days at council if we want to, but certainly keeps this going forward and open to suggestions. Sort of based on Mr. Allen's, that through the public meeting, it wasn't an appropriate site, or it wasn't noted over the water. And maybe this site has the exact same issues. It's difficult to see from our agendas, obviously, and the photographs we have, what may be a problem, what may not be a problem.
Thank you, and point well taken. It is 30 days before it comes to council, and certainly the applicant can address some of the concerns that are raised today, I think is what you're saying. So one moment, hang on. Okay, so I'm going to read this motion then, moved by Councillor, not Councillor Jaglowitz, moved by Councillor Hayes, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council the consent application B/09/22/ML Wallace be approved subject to the following conditions: that a registerable description of the severed lot together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. The confirmation be received that the severed and retained lots can be serviced by individual on-site septic systems to the satisfaction of the township. The cash in lieu parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created severed lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. The confirmation be received that entrance permits from the Public Works Department of the Township of Muskoka Lakes be available for entrances along Judd Haven Road, and that zoning approval be obtained to rezone wetland areas to environmental protection EP1, including a buffer. And be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council the consent application B/10/22/ML Wallace be approved subject to the following conditions: that a registerable description of the severed lot together with any required rights or rights of way or easements be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer, along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That a legal undertaking be submitted in order to confirm that the severed lot will merge in title to the lot it is being added to upon registration of the transfers deeds. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that any problems identified with the existing sewage system on the retained lot will be corrected to the satisfaction of the township, and that zoning approval be obtained to rezone the severed lot from waterfront commercial to open space private and environmental protection EP1. All right. Any discussion? Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I believe there's an error in the last condition of the second consent. The environmental protection should be struck from that condition, and it should be just purely a rezoning to OS2. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now realize Mr. Soya said that in his presentation. So, okay, rather than reread the whole thing, I'm going to read just this last part again. The zoning approval be obtained to rezone the severed lot from waterfront commercial RC7 to open space private OS2. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, that is carried. And moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-15/2 Wallace Roll number 4-15-044 be approved, subject to minor amendments that rezone the severed lot in application B/10/22 ML to open space private instead of rural RU2 and prohibit agricultural, forestry, hunt camp, and wayside pit and quarry uses in the OS2 zone, and rezone wetland areas to environmental protection EP1, including a buffer. Any discussion? All in favor? That carries. So I encourage the applicant and Mr. Allen and Ms. and Mr. Wallace to go back and help us understand that tiering system, because I think that's part of the tiering from the waterfront. And of course, as Mr. Allen knows, you have the ability when it comes to council to present your reasons why that should be allowed at this point. Okay, thank you very much.
Chair Bridgman. Thank you, committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, we are on to Keene, which I believe is Miss Walker. Welcome, Miss Walker.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good morning, everyone. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 09/22 bylaw 2022-48 in the name of Keene. The subject property is known municipally as 1086 Peyton House Road, Unit 1. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch starting on page 65 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The purpose of bylaw 2022-48 is to provide an exemption from section 3.4.1G of bylaw 2014-14, being the existing lot of record criteria in the community residential waterfront R4 zone. The minimum frontage requirement is 50 feet. The subject property has a lot frontage of 48 feet. The exemption will permit, in addition to the existing dwelling, the addition will consist of a 2-story attached garage with habitable space on the second floor. The exemption will not deem the lot a building lot. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance, and 3 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received by Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, and Curtis Severance, Planner at the District of Muskoka. These submissions were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and I'm happy to read any of the submissions in full at the request of committee. I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering recommending approval of zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 09/22 bylaw 2022-48, staff recommend the following. That the subject property and proposed development be made subject to site plan control to implement additional plantings in the front yard area. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. All right, so I believe we have Ms. Bess there she is. All right, so Ms. Bess, as agent, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is April Best Serreris, and I'm a senior planner for Marie Poy Planning and Associates, located at 44 King William Street, Unit A in Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1G3. So I'd like to thank Ms. Walker for your presentation and staff's recommendation for approval. I concur with Ms. Walker's explanation and the draft bylaw that she has put forward. I had prepared a brief presentation just for visuals. I'm hoping I can share my screen at this time, if that is okay with committee and chair.
I'm sorry, but we do not do that.
No worries.
I'm not sure if you can send it really quickly or not. So
that's no worries. I can always do that, but I can move on. So the purpose of this application is essentially to recognize the existing lot frontage to permit the construction of a two-story attached garage addition to an existing dwelling on an undersized lot. It is important to note that although the lot frontage is slightly undersized by about 2 feet, the property is approximately 0.83 acres in area. So that's a sufficient lot area for the proposed development. The proposed garage addition will be located entirely to the rear or road side of the existing dwelling and is compliant with all zone requirements, including setbacks and lot coverage. So through pre-consultation discussions with township staff, the garage addition has been attached to the existing dwelling by a mudroom, leading to the garage, storage, and stairs to the upper floor of the addition. The second story of the garage is proposed to contain a bedroom, bathroom, and storage space. The height of the second story has been kept to a minimum to ensure visual impacts of the proposed garage addition to the rear of the existing dwelling would be minimal. The proposed height is approximately 29 feet, being below the maximum permitted 35 feet. So the area where the garage addition is proposed is level and already primarily clear of vegetation. Therefore, vegetation removal and site alteration will be minimal for the proposed addition. Furthermore, there's a significant amount of existing vegetation between the proposed garage addition and neighboring properties on either side. And the garage addition exceeds the minimum required side yard setbacks, being approximately 6.6 meters from the side lot line to the west and 7.4 meters from the side lot line to the east, exceeding the minimum requirements. As noted in the staff report, the Township's Development Services Department has commented that they have no objections to the subject application. The existing dwelling is sufficiently set back from the shoreline, being set back approximately 28.65 meters or 94 feet. Therefore, the proposed garage addition to the rear of the existing dwelling would be located greater than 140 feet from the shoreline. As a result of this significant setback from the shoreline and the side lot lines, the fact that the existing dwelling is already between the proposed addition and the shoreline, as well as existing vegetation along the side lot lines, any potential visual impacts of the garage addition would be minimal. In regards to staff's recommendation for the implementation of additional plantings in the front yard area, my clients have indicated that they are amenable to some plantings that are appropriate for the shoreline of the subject lands. With implementation of some plantings along the shoreline, as well as retention of vegetation, any potential impacts of the proposed garage addition would be further reduced. So overall, it is our opinion that the proposed garage addition to the rear of the existing dwelling is appropriate for the subject and surrounding lands, conforms to the official plan, and meets the intent of the zoning bylaw and represents good planning. We kindly request that committee support staff's recommendation for approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions of committee at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Would the owners like to speak? Could we always extend that? And I apologize, it's Ms. Bess Serrera.
Yes,
So
Serreris, no worries.
I missed that part. Okay.
No worries.
So are we good then? The
Yes.
Keens are, okay. Oh, great. So then
Perfect.
Rachel, anyone else who wants to speak for or against? Okay. All right, then I'm going to turn this over to committee. Committee, any questions, comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-09/22 Keene roll number 4-14-072 be approved subject to the following: that the subject property and proposed development be made subject to site plan control to implement additional plantings in the front yard area. Any comments, committee? All in favor? Madam Clerk? That's carried. Okay. I think that's it. So thank you very much. Okay, we're going to now move on to more, which is, let me have a look at this. Miss Crowder. Welcome, Miss Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good morning, members of committee. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1222 ML, bylaw 2022-53 in the name of Moore. The subject property is known municipally as 1212 Dawson Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 98 of the agenda package. The purpose of zoning bylaw 2022-53 is to provide exemptions to permit a dwelling to be enlarged on an undersized lot and to permit a reduced interior side yard setback for walkout basement additions. Please note that the proposal is to enlarge habitable floor space and will not alter the ground floor area of the dwelling and will not require blasting to complete the works. It will also not deem the property to be a building lot. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance and 5 submissions have been received to date. The following comments were received and have been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township Chief Building Official, stating that they have no objection to the application. Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, provided comment stating that they have no comment on the application. Curtis Sivret, District Municipality of Muskoka Planner, provided comment stating that district staff have no objection to the zoning bylaw amendment as currently proposed. The following 2 submissions were received after circulation of materials to committee and are summarized as follows. A. Sonia Whatmore and Scott Savage, neighboring property owners, provided a letter of opposition to the application stating the following main concerns. When the previous minor variance application A5720 was approved, it stated that the area beneath the cottage could not be occupied. Privacy and accentuated noise levels established by side yard setback reductions. Concerns pertaining to proper setback and leaching bed systems to accommodate the additional washroom and sleeping rooms. Concerns related to blasting and potential impacts to their property. Damage to their property for the proposed works, and the overall precedent this application could set for neighboring properties. A second letter of opposition was received from Rick and Marilyn Dawson, neighboring property owners, stating the following main concerns. When A5720 was approved, it was with the understanding that no future enlargement or extension to existing structures would be permitted. Septic system ability to accommodate the extra rooms and bathrooms. Blasting to create a walkout basement and potential safety impacts this may have, and the overall impact to the environment and neighboring property values this proposal would have. I'm happy to read any of the submissions in full at the request of committee. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering recommending approval of of zoning bylaw amendment application 1222 ML, staff recommend that the application be approved subject to the following: that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control for vegetation retention and plantings. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Carter. Now I see the Moores are here. You certainly don't have to speak, but if you would like to speak, you are more than welcome to. Oh, sorry. Yeah, before Miss Beth Serrara, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yes, if that's okay, I would like to just provide rationale behind the proposal, and then again, both Brian and Barb Moore are here today to also speak and add to anything that I do say. So again, I would like to thank Ms. Crowder for your presentation and staff's recommendation for approval. I concur with Ms. Crowder's explanation and the draft bylaw that she has put forward. So just kind of go point by point just to address the proposal. So the purpose of this application is essentially to recognize the existing lot frontage, lot area, and side yard setbacks to permit an enlargement of the existing dwelling on an undersized lot. The proposed dwelling enlargement will be located entirely within the existing dwelling footprint, and the walkout basement addition and conversion of an existing storage loft into a bedroom area would result in no additional development footprint as part of this application. The walkout basement addition and loft conversion will not increase the height of the existing dwelling, being approximately 27 feet, and at its closest point is a setback approximately 20.12 meters or 66 feet from the shoreline currently. So in regards to the walkout basement addition, it is important to note that a building permit was issued to replace the existing foundation with a basement for storage. However, due to the pandemic, my clients need office space to be able to work from home, as well as some additional storage space given the modest size of the existing dwelling. The ceiling height of the proposed walkout basement is proposed to be approximately 8 feet. However, when grading is complete, the resultant height will not be increased. In regards to the excavation material on the subject lands that was noted in the staff report, I just want to note that this is from the work to replace the existing foundation. Like I said, there's an open building permit for that, and this material will be removed once work is complete. In regards to the loft conversion, the existing loft is primarily storage space currently and is not very usable at this time. Therefore, my clients are looking to alter this space within the existing dwelling height so that this area can be utilized for a master bedroom space. The number of existing bedrooms in the dwelling will be reduced, so the proposal will not result in an increase in bedrooms. The loft to be converted to bedroom space also exceeds the minimum side yard setbacks, and the loft has been carefully designed so as not to impact neighboring properties. There will be no windows on either side facing either neighboring property, again, to be very respectful of both neighbors. In regards to the existing side yard setbacks for the existing dwelling, essentially there's existing vegetation along the side lot lines, which is quite sufficient when you look at the site visit photos. So any potential impacts on neighboring properties would be negligible. In regards to staff's recommendation for vegetation retention and additional plantings along the shoreline, there are existing mature trees along the shoreline that provide a canopy cover, and furthermore, the shoreline of the subject lands does contain some rocky terrain. Therefore, in implementing any additional plantings, staff have indicated they will work with the applicants to select species that will survive in this area. And my clients have indicated that they are amenable to additional plantings to revegetate the shoreline, again, just to help with any potential visual impacts. They were actually already indicating that they're going to implement some plantings. They would love some additional trees. So that will, again, assist with any potential impacts. So in summary, in regards to the proposed walkout basement addition and loft conversion, my clients are just looking for some additional space within the dwelling to work from home, for additional storage space, as well as that bedroom space in the loft by essentially converting that existing loft within the existing dwelling. And again, just to reiterate that this is all within the existing dwelling footprint. So it would have much lesser impact to alter the existing dwelling to make it more functional rather than tearing down and rebuilding elsewhere. As we know from a planning perspective, it is much more beneficial to try to reuse what's already there. There'd be much more site alteration and vegetation removal if it was going to be a reconstruction or tearing down or rebuilding elsewhere in the property, which is not proposed as part of this application. Furthermore, with the existing dwelling height not being increased and no concerns raised by the Township's Development Services Department regarding private servicing, proposed alterations will not have any negative visual or environmental impacts on the subject lands or surrounding properties. Furthermore, retention of vegetation along the side lot lines and shoreline with some additional plantings as recommended would further reduce any potential impacts of the proposed alterations. So overall, it is our opinion that the proposed walkout basement addition and loft conversion is appropriate for the subject and surrounding lands, conforms to the official plan, and meets the intent of the zoning bylaw and represents good planning. We kindly request that committee support staff's recommendation for approval. I'm here if anyone has any questions. And again, Brian and Barb Moore are also in attendance if you have any more questions from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Moore, if you would like to give us a few of your thoughts, then just your address first, and then please go ahead.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hearing us today. Our address is 333 Whitmore Drive, Waterloo, Ontario. And the cottage is 1212 Dawson Road. So my wife and I both have our own consulting company, one-man operation for both of us. Because of the COVID, we tried to work from the cottage and we were working from the dining room table, which was not that conducive. My wife was at one end running her business. I was at the other end of the dining room table running my business. And we wanted to put 2 offices in the basement, one on either side, to allow us to work from the cottage during COVID times and spend more time at the cottage as well. one of the concerns that I heard from one of the neighbors was blasting. And my understanding in April, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no blasting being done. Is that correct, April?
That's correct. Just to clarify, there's no blasting proposed.
No.
The dwelling is proposed to be raised slightly just to accommodate that 8-foot ceiling height and then graded appropriately to not increase that height. So no blasting is proposed. The idea of raising it up was so that that wouldn't happen. So there'd be less alteration.
And originally we had thought, well, we'll go down and dig down rather than going up. And we did get a building permit from the township for that. And the person that came in to dig out the bedrock after about 6 weeks came to us and said, it's not going to work. The bedrock is too extensive. So the permit that we had was obviously null and void. So our only other option was to go up. And as April said, the cottage is going to be 27 feet. I understand that the maximum is 35. So we do pass that test. And we just want storage space. So right now under the cottage, it's basically mud and rock is what it is. We store canoes and kayaks there, lawnmower, life jackets, and it's pretty messy and ugly down there. So we wanted to just improve it. So we have a concrete floor to put the kayaks and the canoes and the life jackets and the lawnmower, and as well as putting in 2 offices. The other objection I heard was with regards to the impact on our septic system. My understanding from the planner that we had earlier, who actually, she moved away, so that's why we engaged April. She said that we were allowed 21 fixtures in our septic system, and we were nowhere close to that. So we wanted to put a 2-piece in the basement for our offices. And then with the bedroom going up top, we wanted to put a washroom up there as well. So we're not walking down the stairs at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to the washroom. There is in our existing footprint or floor plan of the cottage, we have a bathtub, shower, toilet, and sink. The way that the plans were drawn up to allow a staircase up to the loft, it eliminates the bathtub. So we're putting that the plan was to put the bathtub in the basement. So we're not adding an additional bathtub and shower. We're just moving it from the main floor to the bath to downstairs. So the total number of fixtures that would be added would be 2 toilets and 2 sinks. And the other comment that April made about bedrooms, we respect the fact that we're limited to 4 bedrooms. There are 3 bedrooms along the back, and we're going to make those 3 into 2 bedrooms. It's a 1940 cottage, so they're all small bedrooms with no closets. And those were for our 3 daughters as they were growing up. So we're going to make those 2 bedrooms. There'll still be a bedroom at the front, and then our bedroom will go upstairs, which would be the 4 bedrooms. So we're trying, we try to be respectful of all the restrictions that we had in the plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Now, Rachel, we have anybody who would like to speak for this application? Okay, that's fine. So no one for, but we do have someone who would like to speak in opposition, and bringing him in. And what would be his name? Scott Savage. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Savage, you have to accept being promoted to panelist to come into the meeting. Okay, I see he's coming in. He may not have audio yet. Mr. Savage, can you hear me? You are on mute if you can hear me. I'm sorry. Okay, Mr. Savage, you have come into our meeting so that you can speak. If you don't wish to speak, that's obviously fine too, but perhaps you could just turn your microphone on and let us know.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Savage. We've got you finally.
Yeah, thanks. No, I'm just here to listen to make sure that the facts are being presented. Previously, we had provided a letter of recommendation for a permit, and when we listened to the Zoom, there was not accurate information being provided. So that's all I have to say.
So help me out here. First of all, can I get your address just because we need that for the records?
Sure, 446 Chamberlain Lane, Oakville.
Okay, and so could you just clarify what you're trying to tell us, please?
Oh, I have nothing else to say other than what's in the letter.
Okay, all right.
1210 Dawson Road.
Yes, okay, all right.
I guess
And
my only one comment was I just don't see how it's possible to get the basement layout without extensive removal of rock. And increasing the height just by a small amount just does not seem feasible. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but you know, it just doesn't seem realistic. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, thanks, Rachel. So Ms. Beth Ferrero, would you like to respond to that?
Certainly I can. So just to give a little bit more explanation on how that walkout basement will be constructed. So again, there will be no blasting. The idea is that essentially to get that 8-foot height, the dwelling will be raised slightly by about 5 feet. And again, no blasting. There is bedrock that was discovered. And so, you know, the floor plan is designed to ensure that, again, there's no blasting to accommodate that. Then essentially with the grading, just to be able to utilize the existing dwelling and stairs, again, just to limit site alteration, the grading will be raised by the 5 feet, essentially just to make it more usable and utilize the existing, again, the existing dwelling and stairs. And so the overall height will not be increased with that grading finish. So it's 27 feet currently, it'll be 27 feet once all the grading is finished. Hopefully that answers that question.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to turn this over to committee. Committee, are there any questions or comments on this? All right, seeing none, I'm going to read the motion. Oh, or Councillor Edwards, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant said he was allowed 21 fixtures. I think that's fixture units. We should check with Sandy because they may be very, very close to that. Because some fixtures have like a lav sink is 1 fixture unit. A toilet could be 6 fixture units. So when you add them all up, that comes to it. So we should get that checked out. Looking at the floor plan downstairs, I think it shows 1 office, and that they were saying 2, and then a sitting area. I don't object to the application. It makes a good function, but we should check it out for fixture units and everything else with Sandy before I would bring this forward. And we can pass this and then have it checked and that before the council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sure Ms. Crowder has noted that, she can bring us back Mr. Bowe's comments on that, Councillor Edwards. And thank you. That was a bit of an education for me too, the unit numbers in plumbing. All right, anybody else have any comments? Then I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-12/22, more roll number 2-11-053 be approved subject to the following: that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control for vegetation retention and plantings. Any comments? All in favor? That carries. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so it's 10:20 committee. I think we should take a 10-minute break now. So I'll see everybody back here at 10:30.
Every time I'm sick, he's like,
Okay, everybody, could I get everyone back now, please? Okay, so we're live again, Lauren. We're good to go? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we will continue on now, and judges is our next applicant, and Ms. Darling, I believe that's yours. Welcome, Ms. Darling.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 13/22, bylaw 2022-054 in the name of judges. The subject lands are known municipally as 1547 Moon River Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted sketch or site plan and drawings on page 126 to 130 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to provide an exemption from the definition of a lot to deem 2 or more parcels of land as one for planning purposes, and an exemption for the maximum height of an accessory building. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance, and 5 submissions have been received to date. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the Township Public Works Technician, Nick Snyder, the Chief Building Official, Curtis Severance, District Planner, and 2 letters of support were submitted from adjacent neighbors, Daryl and Ingrid Beam and Hans Bigler. All these comments were submitted to committee prior to today's meeting. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment be approved subject to the property and proposed development being made subject to site plan control, which shall include the unassociated agreement where both the waterfront and backlot parcels shall not be permitted to be transferred separately, and a minor amendment be approved requiring a minimum setback of 25 feet from the traveled portion of Moon River Road for all aspects of the proposed development, including any retaining walls, and a reduction in height of the proposed building. Staff have no further comments at this time, and I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darling. Right, I believe we have the agent here, and that would be Ms.
Susan
Elsie.
Albright. Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good morning to all members of the committee. So my name is Susan Elshide, and I'm with Simmons and Elshide Designs at 767 Greenfield Crescent, Newmarket, Ontario. Our postal code is L3Y3B2. I'm representing the owners at 1547 Moon River Road. And to give just a short synopsis that we feel that we meet all the planning restrictions, and we understand that the 2 lots is unusual in the sense that this is a beautiful lot that has been divided by a municipal road. So we need the relief of section 2014-1411.88 that the 2 lots be deemed as one for planning purposes, and the height restriction issue at section 2014-14.1.3. We are, understand the recommendations of the staff report that they be, when they are deemed as one lot, that they become no longer transferable separately. I've discussed this with my client. They understand that. The second recommendation, and I'm just jumping into the staff's recommendations. The second recommendation of the 25-foot setback for the traveled road, we had provided the 25-foot setback from the planned road or registered planned road, it becomes an issue because the lay of the land, without blasting, or if we were to push this building further back, the height would be increased incredibly. And the photos, the report that the staff did, and if I could address figure 8 and 9, the photos provided, figure 8 doesn't really clearly show the extent of the slope of the land. But figure 9, you start to get a feel that if we push the building back further, it's going to not only increase the height incredibly, but it becomes quite a retaining wall at the back just to support the floors to drive in.
Could I just want to put a reference of that's page 145 in our package, Ms. Elsheed. It's easier for us if we can flip to that. So that was all, sorry.
Yeah. So it's the first, some of the photos don't show correctly the lay of the land, but the reason we have brought this to the bylaw's 25-foot setback and met that setback is because as you push the building further north, it becomes not only more restrictive financially, but we start to lose even more trees and that lovely canopy. And one of the reasons now, the drawing shows the 10-foot setback from the traveled road, which is part of the bylaw requirement. But actually the building on the northwest corner, and it is skewed building. So it's the northwest corner. It is actually 12 feet setback. And when you get to the garage portion, it becomes 13-foot setback. And when you get to the boat bay section, it becomes a 27-foot setback. And that's from the traveled road. Those dimensions don't show on the actual site plan that you have. The 10-foot setback is that small bit of retaining wall, but you have to keep in mind that the retaining wall is sunken into the land. It's not like a car is going to hit it if it goes off the traveled road. And the traveled road, we'd like to point out that this road, which was conveniently used by the cottagers as opposed to what was planned, is because of the formation of the slope and the rocks and the trees. So this traveled road services 6 cottages. It's not a heavily traveled road. It's not an assumed section of Moon River. And so the majority of this doesn't even have shoulder. So we understand the recommendation, but we're asking the committee to reconsider that recommendation because of the other restrictions that it creates by pushing the building back. I don't have, now, if we could refer to the front elevations that were provided, and I'm not sure what page number that is in your report. The building itself shows that if the restriction is 20, or the bylaw requirement is a 20-foot height from grade to peak, we have asked for the relief of 27.5 feet. And that is the severe corner on the east side. When you get to the opposite side, being the left or the west side of the building, it actually is only we'd be asking for a 2'7" relief, 2'7" of relief because of the rock formation. And again, if we have to push the building back, that height gets extenuated quite a bit because of the lay of the land. And one of the reasons this is just an accessory building, 2-car with a boat bay. And because of the lay of the land, we've dropped the boat bay to accommodate the height of the boat. But we've decided to go with a 2-story section because of the tree canopy, and we don't want to lose any more trees than necessary. And even though it's designed as a 2-story building, you will see very little from the waterfront because of the amount of trees on the canopy, which of course the owners love and do not want to destroy. The height, we could have put a flat roof on this building, but of course, not everyone likes flat roofs, and we are trying to match this gorgeous cottage that they already have. So the roof slopes are steep to match the existing cottage. The existing cottage has a really nice old historical Muskoka flavor to it. And we're trying to keep that so that the buildings look like they were built as one at the same time. So the height restriction recommendation, or to reduce the height of the proposed building, we have a little bit of an issue with, and we'd like the committee to reconsider this recommendation. And so I'm available for questions. I think I've more or less said as much as I can on the matters. So I turn it over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And my apologies, it was page 114, I think, and 116 for the for those pictures. So is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor of this? Rachel, see anyone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see she's in. Ms. Bean, can you hear me?
Hi there.
Hello. Yeah, I can. Would you be able to turn your video on?
I could, yeah. I'm just gonna. Sorry, I struggle with technology sometimes. I'm sorry, I opened my.
That's okay. Why don't we just continue? Well, I just need your address and then please your comments.
So our cottage address is right next door to Bonnie and Kevin, 1549 Moon River Road. We currently reside in Tiny Township, so just less than an hour away at 55 Bailey Crescent in the township of Tiny. And we have been neighbors of Kevin and Bonnie for the last 11 years. And we just wanted to acknowledge that we are in agreement for what they are undertaking, and we support this endeavor. We just had a comment originally about the road, in the sense of we always understood, because we have a similar arrangement, we own the lot across the street, that the road was private, that we have always managed it. And Kevin and Bonnie have done a great job, because of Kevin's skill set, is to keep that road passable. So I have nothing to comment in regards to the building. I would just hope that at some point there's a conversation about this road, because our lawyer, when we purchased the property, told us that we actually owned the road, and therefore we're responsible for maintaining it. So we have a Moon River Road group, and trying to maintain that has always been one of our mandates.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Rachel, anyone else? That's it. All right. So I am going to now then turn it over to committee comments. Anyone have any comments on this? Councillor Hayes.
Just a question through to staff. Is this a private road as indicated, or is this a township road that is seasonally maintained by the owners?
Mr. Sharp.
Chair Bridgman, and thank you, Councillor Hayes, for your question. This is a public, non-maintained road. It just happens to be off the road allowance. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes.
Supplementary. If the road is not where it's supposed to be and it actually trespasses onto the judge's property, I don't think, I wouldn't feel proper asking them to move their garage back. I think we have every right to ask them to move the garage to keep a setback from where the road actually should be. But just because it meanders, I don't think we should penalize them for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Hayes, but I just wanted to point out on page 111, the civic address, there's a typo in that. They've got it 1547 Mood River Road. So it should be changed before it comes back to council. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I do agree with both Councillor Hayes and Councillor Edwards that we shouldn't ask him to move it back. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I have a question. When I'm on page 127 and I'm looking at this garage, I see a balcony off the top of it, and I see really lovely windows, and it raises the question for me about whether this is just storage area, to be honest with you. So I would like to see at least the balcony be taken off of this drawing. So I guess I'm asking the question of you, Ms. Elshad.
Thank you. I think that the balcony really is more of a decoration. It's the flat roof for wood storage that is more important to my clients. I think that would not be an issue to remove that. The lovely windows, this is going to be storage only, and my clients understand that, you know, if they were to turn it into what I call a bunkie or guest room, the maximum is 650 square feet without coming back to you. I don't think that would be a problem to remove that. It's the wood storage is the critical part that they.
Okay, I just wanted to raise it. Unfortunately, we see a number of these applications where it's questionable. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. Chair Bridgman, apologies for that. I'm used to working with Councillor Edwards on a regular basis in Committee of Adjustment, but I just wanted to clarify. If committee is looking to prohibit the ability to have a balcony, it's likely best to recommend to council a minor amendment to that effect versus relying on the drawing itself, which may not hold a lot of weight and could be open to interpretation at the time of building permit issuance. So just to solidify things, so there's no uncertainty going forward, if committee is looking to do that, that's what I would recommend. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sharp. I'm not sure that's where we're going, but I felt the need to ask the question. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. I guess the question is, you know, I don't have an issue with a deck per se as an architectural feature, but there really is no reason then to walk out from the upper level of the building onto the deck. So it could be done as simply as removing the door on the upper location. So you get the architectural feature of the deck. It's just strictly that, an architectural feature, and I can't access the deck from upstairs. I think solves that problem.
Hey, Ms. Elshad, do you think that would be fine?
I think that my clients would agree to that.
Okay. All right. So committee, do I have support for that? That we'll simply remove the door out to the deck. Councillor Edwards?
Yes, I was looking at page 142, and there's a two-car garage with supposedly storage in that. I'd like that checked to make sure it's not and not used as living quarters as well, because there's in that bay windows and everything in it.
I'm sorry, I'm unclear. Page 142 and mine.
There's a two-story garage in
Yes.
that.
Yes.
With storage above. And so that's two garages with storage above. It maybe should be checked by bylaw and that before we bring this through to make sure it is just storage, because it looks like it could be living quarters as well. And that would give them 3 living quarters as well on that. I think it's fine, but like I say, just so it is not a violation. Thank you.
I'm not sure where we go with check with bylaw, Councillor Edwards. Bylaw would come into play after if it's being used, I believe. But Mr. Sharp, maybe you can help us out here.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I think this, in a lot of ways, speaks to the issues that we're going to be addressing tomorrow through the proposed bylaw amendment that's been initiated by the township to put certain prohibitions or restrictions in place in non-habitable accessory buildings. At present time, all that's required is to show the second story as being intended for storage, and that's what's been done in this case. So it's fully compliant in that regard with the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So committee, are we good with just removing the door on the upper level to the deck, and then they get to keep the architectural feature and they keep their wood dry? Is there support for that? 2, 3. Okay, so maybe, and would that be an amendment when it gets to council then? Is that easier? Mr. Pink would like to speak, just a minute.
Thank you. Through you, I believe there's 2 recommendations for minor amendments. I get the impression the first to increase the setback from the road, which is recommended by Public Works, that we're not going to be imposing that, so I can strike that from the recommendation if that's the or the resolution, if that is the direction. I don't know if we've landed on a height reduction, but I just did want to clarify. I can word the resolution easy enough that any recommendation of approval be subject to a restriction of access to the upper level sun deck. But I just wanted to note that I don't believe the Planning Act would allow us to control the placement of doors through the zoning bylaw. We can control the minimum elevation of doors, but obviously there will be doors and access on the first story to the garage. So I don't believe the zoning bylaw will be able to state no door to the sun deck, but we can perhaps implement it through the site plan agreement and associated drawings, elevation drawings with the site plan agreement. So again, I think we need confirmation on the increased front yard or the increased setback, the reduction in height, and I can word the resolution accordingly for the access to the sun deck, but I want the committee to be clear on how that would be implemented. It would not be through zoning, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you. All right, yes, so the reduction in height. The committee, do we have any comments for that, or are we all right with that? Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, through. Staff has recommended that it be reduced. Do they have a recommendation as to what it should be reduced to?
Yes. Who would like to answer that? Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. We left it open-ended in the hope that there could be some discussion here between the applicant or their agent and committee, and with some input from staff. But what I would note is the proposed height is 28.5 feet, whereas the current requirement for an accessory land-based building is 20 feet. Again, not to belabor the point, but in tomorrow's discussion, we are going to be considering a change to increase the height of an accessory building where it contains a sleeping cabin in the upper level to 25 feet. That's not the case here. We have a building that's for storage in the upper level. So again, I'd put it to committee, but perhaps a reduction to 25 feet. Maybe reasonable in this instance, but I would look to you for your input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes, do you have a follow-up from that then?
I do. I'm thinking that because of the topography and the fact that it is going to have different heights because of the topography, that 25 feet is a good landing spot.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Ditto, 25 feet's appropriate.
Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, actually, I just think I'm seeking some clarification on this particular application and this property. Is it permitted to have, are they permitted with, to be able to do a 650 square foot bunkie or extra building on their property?
Okay, so Miss Darling.
Through you, Chair, technically, yes, because they don't have one today. But the square footage of the second story of the proposed garage exceeds the 650 square feet that would be permitted. So as of today, they have a dwelling on their front lot, and the zoning bylaw amendment application that's in front of you is deeming these two lots as one for planning purposes. They would be permitted to have a sleeping cabin on the back lot or in their upper level, but it would have to meet the 650 square feet without coming back or applying for planning approval.
Mr. Sharp, just before follow up, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Darling did an excellent job of explaining the situation. I just wanted to clarify one particular aspect of what's going on here. She's correct. The sleeping cabin would be permitted in the upper level, provided the two lots are deemed as one for planning purposes. However, that's not what is proposed in this case. If a sleeping cabin were proposed, the upper floor area would be limited to 650 square feet. I believe the upper floor area that's intended for storage use is in excess of 800 square feet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess,
no,
sorry.
So, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, a follow up, Councillor Mazan. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I guess I know we are contemplating this one further tomorrow, so I'm trying not to blur the lines here. It would seem that the height seems pretty extreme, and my current feeling would be that we should be complying and it should be at the 20 feet. Now, that being said, simply because there's the two things at play here. It does seem to me by the drawings that looks like a very natural kind of living quarters in the future, not just storage, in which case then we are now at the 800 square feet. So it just feels, and I'm trying again not to blur. So my leaning would be, I prefer it to be at the 20 feet right now until we had a full understanding because of its storage. But I will look forward to hearing some other questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor, Ms. Elshad, unless you are something is directed to you at this point, we're going to, I think, stay within the committee. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, could you just clarify on page 144, figure 6, there's a two-story boathouse. It looks like a bunkie above that. Is that the applicant's boathouse or a neighbor's boathouse?
Really good question. All right, Ms. Darling.
I'm just trying to pull up what through you, Chair, can Councillor Edwards say what page again so that I can follow?
It's page 144, figure 6, southwest facing view of the two-story boathouse.
I think that's a different application.
So let us ask that. No, certainly we clarification, Ms. Elshad.
That's for the Walden Investments application. They have a dock and only a dock.
It's one below, so no.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
I've long felt that the accessory structures should be 25 feet. So I would be approving the 25 feet. And I believe that that's the direction that we'll be going tomorrow. So I certainly wouldn't wanting to be holding up this application based on changes that we may or may not make. So I'm approving the 25 feet.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarification, Mr. Sharp, tomorrow, because I'll have to go back and review my notes. The 25 feet is only if it's a sleeping cabin on the garage?
That is correct, Chair Bridgman. The proposed change would increase the height of a accessory building containing an upper level sleeping cabin to 25 feet in height.
Otherwise, we're still at 20, I gather.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, just for clarification, okay, Councillor Nishikawa?
Sorry, I don't want to debate this today because we're debating it tomorrow. But I will tell you from my own personal view and some of the equipment that we have to have indoors now, that it just doesn't make sense at 25 feet. And the other discussion is also you don't want blasting. All of those other changes that can be made to a site. Just going up is a lot easier on the land in many, many cases. So anyhow, that's where I hope we're going.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to take a straw poll here. Committee, if we did the reduction to 25 feet, would that be acceptable to committee if we adjust the amendment to that? So I believe that's the route that we are going. And just to confirm, again, to me also, it sounds like we are not going to ask for the 25-foot setback because our road is not their road, basically. So, okay, so that's what we're doing, Director Pink. One moment. Okay, I'm going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-13/22 judges roll number 7-7-031 be approved subject to the following: that the subject property and proposed development be made subject to site plan control, which shall include an associated agreement wherein both the waterfront and backlot parcels shall not be permitted to be transferred separately, and that prohibits access to the second story sun deck. That minor amendment be approved requiring a reduction in height of the proposed building to 25 feet. Any more discussion? All in favor? Madam Clerk, that carries. Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on now to, and I believe we're back to Mr. Soya with Walden Investments. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is ZBA 1622 in the name of Walden Investments Incorporated. At the time that the staff report was written, the subject lands included two abutting lots. The smaller of the two lots has now been conveyed into the same ownership as the larger lot, causing it to merge with the larger parcel to form a single conveyable lot. This resulting lot now has approximately 509 feet of lot frontage on Lake Joseph and a lot area of 2.9 acres. The property is identified municipally as 1071 Hemlock Point Side Road. Given that this conveyance and intended merger had already been initiated at the time the zoning bylaw amendment was reviewed by staff, the planning analysis has assumed that the two lots form a single lot, as is now the case. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan, floor plans, and elevation drawings starting on page 158 of the agenda package. One of the purposes of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone a portion of the property. Although the majority of the subject property is zoned waterfront residential WR4, a central swath of land extending from the municipal road to the shoreline is zoned open space private, OS2. The applicant has requested that this open space area be rezoned to waterfront residential WR4 to match the zoning of the remainder of the property. The subject property currently contains a single-story dwelling and accessory structures, and the applicant proposes to demolish the existing dwelling and replace it with a larger two-story dwelling. In cases where there is an existing dwelling set back less than 66 feet from the high water mark, the minimum required front yard setback is 50 feet. However, in this case, the existing dwelling is set back 21.9 feet from the shoreline, and the proposed dwelling is to be set back 26 feet. Although the proposed setback is greater than the existing setback, it is still less than 50 feet, and an exemption from the minimum front yard requirement has therefore been requested. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 20 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and 5 submissions have been received to date. The Public Works Department has advised that a portion of Hemlock Point Side Road, that the road allowance for that road, that the width of the road allowance for that road does not satisfy the minimum standard width of 20 meters. Therefore, Public Works staff have requested that a road widening measured as 10 meters from the center line of the existing road be conveyed to the township. And staff intend to require this conveyance through the site plan control process. The township's building division has advised that the proposed dwelling will be required to comply with maximum habitable floor area and crawl space height requirements at the time a building permit is applied for. The District of Muskoka has submitted a letter with comments, and the letter's recommendation reads as follows. District staff would not be opposed to the approval of the above noted application, provided that a fish habitat assessment confirms the proposed single detached dwelling can be constructed without negatively affecting fish habitat, and if applicable, the recommendations of the study being implemented through appropriate development control techniques. A submission has also been received from Ian Overs at 1077 Hemlock Point Side Road. This is from the property immediately to the west of the subject lands. It simply reads, to whom it may concern, I understand that the Walkers want to build at 1071 Hemlock Point Side Road, and I'm in support of their submission. A submission in support has also been received from Paul Goodard and Liza Overs. Also from the property at 1077 Hemlock Point Side Road. And the submission states that they have reviewed the application and have no concerns. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration and have recommended that third reading of the proposed bylaw be withheld until 2 matters have been addressed. The first, it appears now has been addressed. The first, which requires confirmation that the 2 properties that form the subject lands have indeed merged in title. The second recommended requirement is an evaluation by a qualified environmental professional advising of appropriate mitigation measures to protect fish habitat. The subject property has over 500 feet of shoreline frontage, and the majority of this shoreline is identified as sensitive type 1 fish habitat, which in accordance with provincial, district, and township policies is required to be protected from development on adjacent lands. In this case, given the proposed proximity of the enlarged and 2-story dwelling to the shoreline and in consideration of the site alteration that may occur through its construction, the evaluation, this evaluation will be helpful to ensure potential negative impacts will not or will be appropriately mitigated. The property is automatically subject to site plan control, and construction of the dwelling will automatically trigger this process due to the proposed increase in dwelling size. And it's the intention of staff to implement any recommendations of the fish habitat evaluation through the site plan control process. I have no further comments at this time and would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soya. Mr. Allen, welcome back. Then please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. It's nice to see you again. Formalities. My name is Ryan Allen. I'm a professional planner with Planscape, Bracebridge, Ontario, 104 Kimberley Ave, P1L 1Z8. I do have a presentation that I would briefly like to share with the committee. I thank Mr. Soya for his thorough analysis of the application. as well as positive recommendation. The applicant is Walden Investments. However, this company is in the ownership of Mr. Don Walker, and it's at 1071 Hemlock Point Side Road with frontage on Lake Joseph. Next slide, please. As Mr. Soya had mentioned, the property previously consisted of 2 separate lots. One was a previous road allowance that led to water that was closed and conveyed, and the other was the waterfront lot. Confirmation has been provided that those lots have now merged to form one singular lot. Next slide, please. So the proposed development and amendment in front of you today, the development includes removing the existing 1-story dwelling and decks and constructing a 2-story dwelling and decks that are slightly farther set back from the water. And as I mentioned, merging 2 existing waterfront lots to form one lot. Mr. Soya mentioned that there's a proposed zone change from open space, private OS2 to waterfront residential WR4, as well as an exemption to the front yard setback of the dwelling of 26 feet. Next slide, please. So you can see the subject property contains a dock and 2-story boathouse, a dwelling that is set back close to the shoreline, a 2-story garage, and you can't see it because of the heavy vegetation, but there is a children's play structure beneath the forest canopy. And you can see the previous lot line that showed the original road allowance that led to water. That lot line has now dissolved through the merger of the lots. And I would just direct your attention to kind of the open area to the rear and side of the existing dwelling and the large forested areas over the remainder of the lot. Next slide, please. So the new dwelling location is farther back from the shoreline than the existing dwelling. However, it does utilize a portion of the existing footprint as well as the lawn area to the side and the rear. However, a portion of that dwelling does push into the OS2 zoned area. So that area is proposed to be zoned WR4. So the entire lot is consistently zoned waterfront residential. I'm not aware, and no explanation was ever provided to understand how this OS2 zone has been applied, particularly one that extends all the way down to water and separates an area of a lot into 2 separate zones with development restrictions in the center. So on my opinion, it doesn't seem to be a reason or rationale to maintain that OS2 zone. It may have been a relic or an anomaly that just was overlooked over the years and has remained on the property. Next slide, please. This is a close-up of the existing dwelling. You can see that we're set back relatively close to the shoreline with the existing deck at 13 feet, the existing dwelling just under 22 feet. And you can see kind of the portions within the 25, 35, and 50-foot setbacks. Next slide, please. The proposed new dwelling, as I mentioned, is to occupy a portion of the existing building footprint, as well as it's oriented and angled to make use of that existing lawn area. The intention with this development plan was to avoid any removal of naturally forested, naturally vegetated, and make use of the level area that is cleared and open lawn. It appears that approximately less than 5 trees would need to be removed in order to build on this building footprint that's proposed. And there are some sun decks that are proposed as well that are substantially increased setback from the existing 13 feet. Next slide, please. I mentioned there's an existing cleared area on the site, kind of to the side and the rear of the existing dwelling. The challenge with moving the building farther back, one is that it pushes into the existing parking area, which then that parking area would require to be relocated. And then the only option to reconstruct that parking area is on currently forested, naturally vegetated areas. Pushing the dwelling farther to the east moves it into a dense hemlock forest. Pushing the building farther to the west brings in separation issues from the garage as well as the boathouse. So from our perspective, we've worked out a number of various plans on rotating and reorienting this building to find the best location that increases the setback limits the amount of vegetation removal and preserves that existing shoreline buffer with opportunities to enhance the buffer where it has been reduced historically around that lawn area. Next slide, please. This is the proposed building, and you can see the faint outline of the existing deck and dwelling below. I noted that the existing parking area is to be maintained. Further increasing that setback starts to become problematic in losing parking spaces and needing to construct a new area. I would note that the majority of the building area is set back more than 50 feet from the shoreline. You can see kind of some hatched area that shows the portion within 50 feet. The two-story height is set back at approximately 35 feet or greater than 35 feet from the shoreline. You'll note that there's a proposed covered deck that's at the front of the building. That's only a one-story portion of the building with approximately the same height as the existing dwelling. The existing building area within 35 feet of the shoreline has been reduced by 105 square feet. The existing sun deck area within 35 feet of the shoreline has been reduced by over 110 square feet. All development within 20 feet of the shoreline is to be removed. The sun decks comply fully with the setbacks. There's an irregular shaped shoreline, and I would note that 20-foot setback of the dwelling is measured at the closest point. If the setback was measured from other parts of the shoreline, the setback would be greater. So this setback is the worst case scenario from the closest portion of the shoreline. Increasing the setback allows the preservation of the existing shoreline buffer, opportunities to enhance and revegetate the footprint of the existing dwelling, and to revegetate other areas of the shoreline buffer that have been reduced. So we can enhance those through additional tree plantings. Next slide, please. This is the rear and side, an open lawn area that's adjacent to the existing dwelling. This is the location that's proposed for the new cottage. And you can see there are a few trees that are located in this area, but neither of them are large and the numbers are very limited. Next slide, please. This is the buffer that exists in front of the existing dwelling. These trees and this buffer will be fully retained. There's also the opportunity to enhance and restore the buffer under the portions of the building that will be removed and not occupied by the new cottage. Next slide, please. This is the view of the existing cottage from the boathouse side of the building, and you can see that there are some relatively decent buffer in place today that provides some screening of that building. Next slide, please. This is the open lawn area viewed from adjacent to the garage. That's the dense hemlock forest that I mentioned that we're wanting to avoid undertaking any development within. So we want to utilize this very flat, open grass lawn area to be as respectful as we can to the existing vegetation. Next slide, please. This is the area that's directly behind the parking lot. So if the dwelling was pushed back into the existing parking area, this is the area that would have to be cleared and leveled to create new parking to replace the lost parking. Next slide, please. Elevations of the proposed building. I mentioned that the front face of the building that's closest to the lake is a covered porch that is only 1 story in height. So that's where this 26-foot setback is measured to. It's measured to the porch. The taller and larger portions of the building are set back beyond the 35-foot setback. Next slide, please. So in terms of planning analysis, one existing undersized waterfront lot has been eliminated. That original road allowance that led to water was zoned for waterfront residential purposes, but it only had 88 feet of frontage, was undersized, it was not buildable. It's a benefit to eliminate that lot, to merge the properties together to form one singular lot. So I think that's a benefit to the township, represents good planning. The applying consistent waterfront residential zoning over the entire lot, in my mind, makes a lot of sense. The OS2 zone actually allows permitted uses like multiple hunt camps and forestry, which I don't believe would be compatible with the waterfront residential zoning. The existing dwelling and sun deck from the shoreline are going to increase by 4 feet and 20 feet respectively. Again, trying to utilize that existing open lawn area, which is why the setbacks are proposed as shown. A regular shaped shoreline does contribute to reduced setback, particularly we're measured from the closest part. Setbacks are greater from other parts of the shoreline. Using the existing cleared area, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but using that existing footprint and open area requires the removal of approximately 5 trees or fewer, and the existing forested areas will be fully retained on the property and protected. The shoreline buffer will be preserved and enhanced through the site plan approval process, and a substantial revegetation plan will be provided to enhance the buffer between the shoreline and the proposed new building, recognizing that the building is going from a 1-story height to a 2-story 35 feet of height. Next slide, please. All development, as I mentioned, within 25 feet of the shoreline will be completely eliminated. That provides opportunities for restoration. Building and sun deck area will be reduced by over 200 square feet within 35 feet of the shoreline. The new dwelling area within the 50-foot setback actually complies with the 120% limit on expansions of existing buildings within setbacks. It's the increased height that puts us over and requires the variance. I would also note that 120% permission within the 50-foot setback would actually allow 676 square feet of additional building area to be constructed. And that building area will not be constructed within 50 feet. That building area will be constructed behind the 50-foot setback. The majority of new building areas I mentioned is set back more than 50 feet. Those are the principal parts of the building. The proposed sun decks comply fully with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. A future site plan agreement is required, as Mr. Soya has mentioned. And I would respectfully request that the committee consider the requirement for a fish habitat assessment, similar to the water quality impact assessments that used to be required to undertake lot creation on certain lakes. As a result of some new information that came forward, it was clear that provided enhanced protections are included within the site plan process, which are effectively the same types of recommendations that would come from a water quality impact assessment. I'm suggesting the same things could be done for this application and to avoid completing the fish habitat assessment, but instead include enhanced erosion control protection measures within the site plan agreement, which could feature things like multiple layers of silt fencing, straw bales, etc. I would note that the site is very level. So the runoff expected compared to a steep slope lot would be considerably less. And I would also note that the only ask on the table with this application is the reduced front yard setback. The application complies with all regards to the other provisions of the bylaw. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And sorry, next slide, just to finish it off. It'd be my professional opinion that this application conforms with the township district official plans, consistent with the provincial policy statement, and represents good planning. Thank you.
I'm on mute. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Would any of the owners like to speak at this point, or are they here just to answer questions? Well, there's Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, would you like to speak?
Sure. Sorry, the light's not very good here. I think it was all pretty well summed up there. I've been working with Hugh Smith, a builder, and the planners, and we've gone through about 10 different variations here. But the conclusion that we've come to and the proposal we put forward really is to try and minimize any trees and just utilize a lot the best we can. So that's I think I'd probably be repeating everything else already been said.
Okay, can I just get your address for our records, please?
The cottage is 1071 Hemlock Point Side Road, Port Sandfield.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to ask Rachel, is there anyone waiting to speak on behalf of this? All right. Yes, please. Mr. Goddard? Oh, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but Hugh Smith was also interested in speaking today as well. He was having trouble raising his hand, so I just wanted to make sure that was not missed.
Don't you love technology? Okay, we'll bring in Mr. Smith too. Oh, Mr. Goddard, you have to accept the invitation to become a panelist to come in. So if you could do that, that would be great. In the meantime, if Mr. Smith would like, and welcome Mr. Smith, if you'd like to say a few words, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Hugh Smith, 1025-8 Appian Way, P0B1J0. I've been a cottager for almost 50 years and a builder for over 30. And I have a huge love for Muskoka and its natural beauty and its pristine shorelines. And our company is also very committed to protecting it. As a builder these days, it's also very difficult to try and schedule and have the right amount of work. And I haven't seen a fish habitat assessment done on a property before that I've been involved in. And even looking into this briefly, it would have been almost 9 months before anyone will even be able to take a look to a qualified person to start this process. But my experience is that through again what Mr. Allen was referring to is through multiple layers of silt fence and hay baling, we are going to be able to assume that there's fish in the lake and that we want to protect them no matter what. So I think that, not even just one layer of silt screen, but 2 layers of silt screen, 2 layers of continuous hay bales. This would be definitely to prevent any leaching or any shoreline erosion. And I'm hoping that through the process of the site plan agreement that they can be implemented and without having to carry out the full assessment. And that's my concern. As I say, it's just very difficult to have the right amount of work. So it's a difficult thing. But as I say, the measures to protect the lake could easily be achieved. Is anyone hearing me?
Oh, yes. No, we all heard you. So thank you, Mr. Smith. I think before, just so we don't lose the point about the study, I'm going to ask our director, Mr. Pink, if he would explain sort of the from the District of Muskoka, et cetera, and what this particular study is. Mr. Pink?
Thank you, Chair. And I look to Mr. Sharp and Mr. Soya, who are quite familiar with it, and they can reference the specific policy set and any added details. But this is stemming from a District of Muskoka official plan requirement. I don't believe it's a fish habitat assessment in the traditional sense. I don't think we're looking for a review of the shoreline habitat and appropriate placement of shoreline structures. It is to ensure that because development is occurring in closer proximity to the shoreline, that fish habitat is protected. And Mr. Smith may be correct, and maybe measures, or Mr. Allen, a number of measures regarding sediment fencing and straw bales, etc. However, I question if staffs or the applicants are really qualified to make that determination. The district has recommended that their policy be implemented, and we've made that same recommendation. I hope that helps clarify. And again, I think Mr. Sharp and Mr. Soya may have something to add to that.
Okay, so Mr. Soya?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Yeah, no, I would just add to what David has outlined, that the district policies with regards to fish habitat are quite clear, that that they do ask that that development within in the proximity to fish habitat be assessed, and to ensure there's no negative impacts. Given that this new proposed dwelling is to be in very close proximity to a large area that is identified as type 1, and looking at the size of that dwelling as well, we felt that it, in this case, would be a good idea to have a biologist look at this. As Mr. Pink has pointed out, we are not biologists, and to ensure that the appropriate mitigation measures are in place to ensure this habitat is protected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to start any discussion beyond that explanation at this point. So I'm going to continue with Mr. Goddard. I see he's in now. Mr. Goddard, if you could unmute yourself and perhaps put your video on. And Mr. Smith, could I ask you just to mute? There you go. Thank you. Mr. Goddard, can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Okay, you are in. So if you have video, that would be nice. But if you're having trouble with that, then in order to keep the meeting going, we just need your address and then you can continue with your comments, please.
Okay, sorry, I was just missing the prior comments. This is Paul Goddard speaking, correct?
Oh, yes, yes, no, yes. Welcome, Mr. Goddard. You're here. We can all hear you. If you could just give your address and then your comments, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And I apologize, I don't have, might have a video issue. I had just sent a letter of support for the application for by Don Walker for Walden Investments, and my address is 1077 Hemlock Point Side Road, the immediate neighbor to the sort of west of Don Walker, Joe Kelly's property. And I had indicated in my letter, which I sent late last night, to planning at muskokakakes.ca. I realized it was quite last minute, but I just wanted to indicate that we fully support the application. We have no concerns whatsoever, no opposition to Don and Joan's application. We looked through the plans very carefully and felt that it made a lot of sense what they were doing. And we had no concerns. We've been their longtime neighbors for a long time, and we feel they're always very responsible and judicious in what they do. And so we just want to signify our support for their application for the variance and that entire application.
Okay, then thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. So Rachel, anybody? Okay, so Mr. Hendry, I think you're here. If you would like to speak on behalf or actually in opposition to this, could you? Oh, they're just coming in now. All right.
I have no comment.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for letting us know that. So based on that, I am going to turn this over to committee. Committee, are there any comments, any questions from anyone? Mayor Harding.
Thank you. And certainly supported this. Actually interesting, I drove by the property last night by water, and the planning application, obviously the photos were taken early spring with no leaves on the trees. It's difficult to actually even see the main cottage right now as you do drive by water. So the fact that it's moving back a little bit, certainly in support of. The question I ask, and I appreciate the need for a study to understand appropriate mitigation measures. I guess I'll look to staff. What tools of mitigation measures do we have? Are we talking single sediment fencing, double sediment, hay bale, all these kinds of things? And do we potentially already have that arsenal? Do we know what we could ask and implement in this particular case that would satisfy staff that we've done over and above, as opposed to having to get yet another study done to tell us we need 2 or 3 sediment fences to protect this? I'm not sure there's any new techniques, if you will, to protect runoff that doesn't already exist. So I guess the other question would be in this, do we withhold third reading till staff are satisfied, or can we provide third reading with just a note that staff would be satisfied with appropriate sedimentation measures? And I think that can continue to move this forward. I'm certainly happy to delegate that information to staff. I don't need to know. I'm certainly not a development specialist, and I think our staff have far greater technical information in that. So like the specific questions to staff, is there something new that's going to come out of it? And or could they implement the maximum we've seen on any other particular project?
Thank you. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and thank you, Mayor Harding, for your question. I agree with Mr. Allen to a point. I think there are things that we could do through site plan control with the intention of, protecting that fish habitat. And I'm inclined to suggest that those considerations would be, just standard things like sediment fencing and what have you. But, from our perspective as planners, we're reviewing the district's official plan as part of this application. We're seeing policy that suggests where there's a reduced front yard setback, that some consideration be given to fish habitat where it exists. And we're making our recommendation on that basis. Of course, committee doesn't have to agree with us. Site plan control will be automatic as part of this process. So if you're not in agreement with the approach or with our recommendation, you could certainly just rely on site plan control. So I would leave it at that. If there's any follow-up required, I'd be happy to elaborate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding, follow-up?
Yeah, just supplemental, I guess, to circle that back. I'm not sure what additional is going to come out of yet another study and putting an applicant through more costs and more measures in this regard. I certainly believe that staff have seen multiple opportunities for increased controls on properties, and I think we can implement that through site plan appropriate. And I think the only thing we would do is I think we could give third reading, but delegate to staff the ability that they are satisfied that appropriate measures are taken. And I think that's the direction that would work for everybody and still satisfy the district.
Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. And through you, I wanted to touch on two things. The first one is the fish habitat study. Judging by the pictures, I would say a lot of this construction is going to happen pretty much on the shoreline. So I would recommend that we do go through with the fish habitat study. I don't believe our staff are qualified to say what should and shouldn't be done. I think that's up to the MNRF. And also the height. We are not, staff touched on their concerns with the height because we're not pushing this back. This is happening 26 feet from the waterfront, where there exists a one-story building on the ground. It looks as if there's going to be a walkout basement to the side, and then 2 more stories, a peaked roof, and chimneys beyond that. So it goes just beyond the 35-foot mark. Is there any appetite with other council members to reduce this height? Because you're going from 1 story on the ground to practically 2.5 stories, 3, very close to the waterfront. So it is going to have a visual impact.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to clarify, for the record, it's not our intention to require a full-blown fish habitat assessment, wherein a qualified biologist would be required to, evaluate the near shore area for fish habitat. It's mapped as being sensitive. I think we assume that it is sensitive, and all we would be looking for is a brief evaluation by a qualified professional, providing some recommendations about how exactly it should be done, which would then be implemented through site plan control. So I just wanted to make that clear for everyone's understanding. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. I do agree with Mr. Sharp on this. It isn't our old full-blown study that requires the expenditure, and hopefully, Mr. Smith, the time to find somebody to do it if it's a much more reduced study. So that's part one. Part two, in Councillor Hayes, I don't know if anybody else has an appetite for that, but one of the things I did pick up on this was our development department asking that the lower level only be 5.9 feet to ensure that it's not going to then be used as habitable living space. So if we did that, we'll probably bring the whole thing down by at least a couple of feet. So I don't know if there is any appetite for that. I would support having the crawl space remain basically as a crawl space. That would ensure it. So I don't know if there's any discussion on that either, if anybody else has any thoughts on that. Apparently not, unless Councillor Mazan's magic hand is about to appear again. Oh, it is. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and I'll defer to you as this is your ward, but I would support your idea of that the height being reduced slightly through staff's recommendation. So what you just mentioned, Chair Bridgman, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I see some heads nodding. So I think we'll go back to, let me start with that. The crawl space will be a maximum, I think it was stated in meters, but for Councillor Edwards' ease, I converted it for you before I got here. So it's 5.9 feet would be the max of that space. Mr. Allen, I will allow you to make a comment on that.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Just a point of clarification. The dwelling itself is 7,500 square feet of habitable floor area. The maximum size permitted in the bylaw is 7,500 square feet. The lower crawl space cannot be used as habitable space, and it cannot exceed the height limitation that you spoke to, or wouldn't comply with the bylaw, and building permits wouldn't be issued. So I don't believe that you would need to specifically provide that restriction, because the bylaw currently provides that restriction, does not allow more than 7,500 square feet, and the distance between the ceiling height, the lower joist to the lower basement crawl space floor is also limited, or it starts to count towards habitable space, and building permits wouldn't be issued for more than 7,500. Just as a point of clarification, if there's concerns related to the use of that space.
Well, I do have two answers. I know people who have converted that space once we're out the door in terms of the basement. That may not be the case here, but our development department has said only 5.9 feet. On these plans, it's 7 feet in parts of that basement. So if you're telling me it's 5.9 feet and that's all you can have, then I'm going to assume that there will be no objection to that. Can I assume that, Mr. Allen?
Thank you, through you, Chair Bridgman. Yeah, so there's one central portion or one area within the basement that is 7 feet of height that would be unfinished and used for storage. It's the remaining portions are either unexcavated or crawl space height. So just to ensure there is access, that area that is 7 feet of height does factor into the overall 7,500 square feet of total habitable space.
Could I get that confirmed, please, Mr. Sharp?
Okay, Chair Bridgman, yes, that's my understanding. I believe that the comment from Development Services was likely a flag, just to give Mr. Allen and his applicant or his client a heads up that that would be reviewed closely at the building permit stage. It's not a concern to me at this point. Thank you.
Okay, well, that clarified it for me. Thank you, Mr. Sharp. What we were talking about, I think the only thing we're discussing at this point then is this study, which is not as robust as the normal study. So, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. And again, I'm supportive of a reduced study at this particular point. I guess the question is, can we refer that back that just staff are satisfied with the study, that we can provide third reading, but that staff need to have it? I hate applications coming back in time and they get the study and then it gets on agenda 3 months later. So it might help.
Okay, so do we have agreement that we need this study first? Are we good with that? Just straw vote here. Okay, and then we can leave it in staff's hands that has been completed and it doesn't have to come back. All right, do I need to update this at all, Mr. Pink? Just give us a second again. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Before you proceed to amend the resolution or read the resolution, just to make sure everything is fully clear and understood. I understand that when the municipality specifically asks for a fish habitat impact assessment, that is a specific thing that the consultant would provide it. There's certain protocols and procedures that should be followed. So my concern, if you pass a resolution that explicitly states that a fish habitat impact assessment is required, we might not have the flexibility to work with a consultant to provide a simple opinion, that they may see themselves as professionally obligated to provide the entire full study, which includes the assessment of habitat itself, as well as an assessment of onshore vegetative communities. So if any flexible wording could be used, an opinion from a qualified biologist to recommend erosion protection control measures to protect fish habitat, in my mind, is better in keeping with what I believe Mr. Councillor Mayor Harding, excuse me, has mentioned, and is more in line with this scoped reduced study that was suggested.
Well, Mr. Allen, it's already in here as just strictly an evaluation by a qualified environmental professional.
Oh, I should have saved my breath. Sorry for.
That's okay. That's okay. We're not trying to work against you on this. Okay. And we do want to see this carry on so that Mr. Smith can keep his calendar in order and continue with his scheduling. So we'll just need a minute again to do this. Okay, Mr. Pink was just mentioning that we're going to include that this will be done through the site plan process, which will have staff look after it at the end. So moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 16-22 Walden Investments Inc. Roll number 4-10-073, 4-10-081 be approved. Be approved subject to satisfactory confirmation that the two properties that comprise the subject application have merged in title, and an evaluation by a qualified environmental professional has been received and found to be satisfactory by the township, advising of appropriate mitigation measures to protect the fish habitat through the site plan process. All right, any more discussion? All in favor? That carries. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, committee.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to our next one. We'll finish our last public meeting here, and then we'll call a lunch break. So it is Schultz and Gibson, and Miss Darling, I believe you're back up.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1822. Bylaw 2022-135 in the name of Schultz and Gibson. The property is known municipally as 1058 Whitings Road, unit number 55. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan and drawings on page 205 to 212 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. a zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to provide an exemption from the definition of a lot to deem 2 or more parcels of land as one for planning purposes, and an exemption from the maximum lot coverage on the entire lot and within 200 feet from the high water mark. Notice of this public hearing under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance, and 8 submissions have been received to date. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the Township Public Works Technician, Nick Snyder, Chief Building Official, the District Municipality of Muskoka's Planner, Curtis Severance, and 5 letters of support were received from area neighbors, Chris and Jennifer Anderson, Gord Roy Baker, Jane and Bill O'Malley, Joan and Philip Norris, and Joe and Helena Pagano. Sorry about that. These comments were forwarded to Planning Committee prior to today's meeting. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment be approved, subject to the property and proposed development being made subject to site plan control, which shall include an associated agreement wherein both the waterfront and backlot parcels shall not be permitted to be transferred separately. Staff have no further comments at this time and be happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Darling. All right, Mr. Hunter, would you like to speak first? I see Mr. Schultz is here. He may want to also speak, but perhaps you could start us off. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Mr. Schultz, I believe, will be providing comments following my presentation. I have a very brief, hopefully brief presentation. Again, the proposal is to permit the redevelopment of the existing shoreline property located at Lake Muskoka. I had submitted a PowerPoint presentation to staff. There it is. Unfortunately, when I'm working from home, my internet is not stable enough to have me coordinate this from my end. So I really appreciate what staff are doing in presenting this. If we go to the second page, please. As I noted, the proposal will permit the redevelopment of the existing shoreline property at 1058 Whiting's Road, Unit 55. It will permit the replacement of an existing dwelling on the property and allow the construction of a detached garage on the separate backlot that is owned by the applicants on the opposite side of 1058 Whiting's Road. I would note that the staff's report, and I'd like to thank the staff for the time that they've put into the application and our review with them. Is very comprehensive, and they do recommend in favor of the application. Obviously, we do support the staff recommendation, and we requested approval of the zoning amendment subject to a minor amendment resolution that would involve replacement of Schedule 3 to the zoning bylaw. There have been discussions that went on with township staff since the notice was circulated on the bylaw, and we have prepared a revised Schedule 3 that addresses a request for a little bit of flexibility on the building location on the property, which I will go into a little more detail later on. Next slide, please. Again, here's the original development concept post site plan that shows the boathouse that was approved last year. It shows the proposed new cottage on the site that would fully comply with all of the zoning setback requirements, and also allow for the construction of a small garage on the parcel shown on that site plan as part 3 across from Whiting's Road for a garage for the applicant's electric, particularly charging for his electric vehicle. The next one, please. As I mentioned, the bylaw 2021-083 was approved last year to permit the first part of the redevelopment of the property, which is the replacement of the existing two-story boathouse on the site. You can see from the photos from the staff report the construction that's underway for the boathouse. The second stage of the redevelopment includes the construction of the detached garage, as I noted, and the replacement and enlargement of the existing dwelling. Next, please. Again, the application has the following request: is obviously to deem the waterfront and backlot parcels as one lot for planning purposes, to permit the detached garage on the back lot, and to permit the lot coverage of 11% on the total lot for the new dwelling and detached garage, and maximum lot coverage of 11% within 200 feet of the shoreline to permit a new dwelling. We are agreeable to the property being subject to the site plan agreement to ensure the properties are not transferred separately. I would note that historically, with the original boathouse, two-story boathouse on the site in the existing development, that the lot coverage within 200 feet of the shoreline was already well in excess of 11%. I believe it was 12.5, 12.9%. And obviously in excess of 11% on the total property as well. So the basic effect of the applications in their totality is a net reduction in the coverage on the total property. If we can go to the next slide, please. So again, we agree with the staff report that the proposal is consistent with provincial policy statement. It does conform with both the Muskoka and Muskoka Lakes official plans. And again, we would request that the application be subject to a minor amendment resolution to replace Schedule C3 to the bylaw, which will identify a building envelope for the location of the proposed dwelling. This is shown on the next slide, I believe. What we've prepared is an overlay on the site plan that shows a slightly larger building envelope than the building design. This has been requested specifically to accommodate having the detailed building plans designed for the structure and to provide some flexibility in the location of the dwelling. You'll note from the site plan that the envelope, again, the majority of the extra flexibility that's being requested occurs on the back and on the going to the center of the lot and to the rear of the lot. And again, we'll continue to fully comply with the front yard and side yard setbacks on the site. The proposal again would limit the size of the dwelling. So the size of the dwelling is affected by the coverage, and it would be limited to the 1,590 square feet within that envelope. So it will just give some ability to deal with the final building design, the final site features and such on the property. And again, those will be done as part of the site plan approval at the same time. Go to the next file, please. Again, as I mentioned, the final building plans have not been completed, and minor changes to the footprint of the dwelling may occur depending on obviously site features and the final designs. It would not exceed the coverage that is stipulated in the bylaw and on the schedule. And again, the new dwelling will fully comply with all the applicable zoning requirements, including the increase to the side yard that was again legal non-conforming from the non-complying from the original cottage. You note on reference figures 1 and 2 of the staff report. I'm sorry, I don't have the page numbering from council's package, but those show the location of the existing cottage on the site. Figure 1 is a view from the new dock that's being constructed as part of the boathouse redevelopment. And again, you can see that the existing dwelling is very well buffered. The new dwelling is in that approximate location, although further away from the side lot line, so that it will have a similar visual impact. Figure 2 also shows the existing dwelling in its current location, and again, the new dwelling will be pulled away from the side lot line and will maintain the front yard setback. The next stage, please. As I've noted a couple of times already, we fully support the approval of a minor amendment resolution that would replace Schedule 3 with the slightly modified building envelope shown on the revised Schedule 3. And this was, I believe, noted in the township staff report that was an option that council could consider. I believe that staff is comfortable with. Again, the dwelling would be no closer to the front lot line or west side lot line than originally shown, and it would expand toward the center of the property and to the rear of the property. That final page, I believe, is next. So again, in my opinion, the proposal is an appropriate use of the property. It will permit a reasonable redevelopment of an existing lot on Lake Muskoka. It does represent good planning and will be in the public interest. There have been letters of support noted from several of the neighbors. The inclusion of the site plan agreement to address the transfer of the waterfront and back lot is appropriate. And again, I would request approval of the zoning amendment as modified through the minor amendment resolution. So with that, I'm available for any questions, and I believe Mr. Schultz may have some good comments to submit.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Welcome. just give us your address and then carry on.
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. My name is Robert Schultz. I'm at 1058 Whitings Road, Unit 55, Torrance, Ontario. I just have a few comments to make. I mean, we're super excited to be in Muskoka. We did reduce the boathouse, which was a two-bedroom kitchen bathroom, to a 650-foot living space. So we want to make sure we're complying with laws. Our current cottage is actually sitting probably 7 feet from our neighbors. So we're going to move it over to comply with the side setback laws. If you look at figure 1 of the picture, you can see our neighbor's boathouse. It's actually sitting right on our property line, which is fine, but it's sort of been there before. So we're trying to create some separation. And the last point is, you know, the garage across the street, that's super important for us because I've been in the environmental space for 20 years. So I want to have electric vehicles. So I want to have a charging station. And so it's simply a 18 by 18 foot, 1-story garage with no windows, going to blend nicely in a very wooded area, but spaced up so no one will see it. I'm open to any questions or you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Rachel, do we have anyone else who'd like to speak? No, no one. So I am going to turn this over then to committee. Committee, any comments? No, so, whoa, I'm getting an echo here. I don't know. Somewhere in here.
No, it's off.
Oh, Rachel. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we got it. We got it. And they said at least it wasn't an outage again. Anyway, so Ms. Darling, just to confirm, the minor amendment that is being looked for obviously has been discussed with you and there are no concerns with it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So are we going to leave that amendment till we do it right now? We can do it at council? Okay, so if it works for you, Mr. Hunter, we'll just make that schedule change when it comes up to council for final reading. Okay, all right, then I am
Yes,
going
that would be
to-
fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I see no comments. Then moved by Mayor Harding, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-18/22, Schultz Gibson roll number 6-2-077 be approved subject to the following: that the subject property and proposed development be made subject to site plan control, which shall include an associated agreement within wherein both the waterfront and backlot parcels shall not be permitted to be transferred separately. Any comments? All in favor? That carries unanimously, I believe. So, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
committee. Thank you. So we've actually hit on noontime for lunchtime today. So I will see you all back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, if I can get everybody back, please. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Technically, we have quorum, right? Madam Clerk? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we'll wait just a couple more minutes so we can get a couple more counselors back. Okay, I think we have quorum, so we'll keep going. Are we good, Lauren? We're streaming already? Okay. Okay, everybody, welcome back. And our next item on our agenda is the report from our manager of planning, Mr. Sharp, regarding the villas of Muskoka. Welcome back, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I hope everyone had a great lunch break. An application has been received by the District Municipality of Muskoka to extend the time required to fulfill conditions of draft approval of condominium description number C2017-2 in the name of Villas of Lake Muskoka Limited. The subject land is known municipally as 1841 Muskoka Road 118 West, and this was conditionally approved. And it consists of 15 buildings, a total of 23 resort units, and exclusive use elements to be completed in 2 phases. Staff understand that the approval of phase 1 required longer than expected due in part to the COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, the request to extend the time required to fulfill conditions for phase 2 has been submitted. District staff have requested comments from the township, and I have recommended that the district be advised that the township has no objections. I have no further comments at this time, and I'd be happy to take any questions from committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee, we have an extension on this? No comments? Okay, I will read the motion then. Moved by Mayor Harding, seconded by Councillors Savitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that the District of Muskoka be advised that the Township of Muskoka Lakes has no objection to the extension of draft approved condominium description number C2017-2 Villas of Lake Muskoka Limited. Any discussion? All in favor? Madam Clerk, that carries. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sharp. So we are going to go, we have delegations speaking to a number of our items. So we're going to go to our unfinished business at this point. And then we'll come back to our others. So the first one is Smith. And let me see, who's this? Mr. Sawyer, you're up again. Please take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Good afternoon. Zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3121 in the name of Smith was deferred by Planning Committee in October of last year. Staff have prepared an additional staff report, which is available on page 338 of today's agenda, along with the latest site plan and supporting information starting on page 342. The subject property is known municipally as 1086 Penwood Road, Unit 14. At the time of the deferral and prior to further consideration, committee had requested that satisfactory confirmation be received from a qualified professional that the proposed land-based buildings and structures are located outside of the floodway of Lake Muskoka. and that a satisfactory scoped environmental impact study be prepared by a qualified environmental professional addressing potential adverse impacts of the development on a watercourse that traverses the property. I'll provide a brief recap of the application. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The applicants propose to redevelop their property, which is located on Lake Muskoka and has a lot area of 0.52 acres and a lot frontage of 114.7 feet. The property currently contains a single-story dwelling, a two-story garage, a sleeping cabin, and a dock. The redevelopment proposal involves the demolition of the existing buildings and the construction of a new enlarged dwelling, and also the construction of a single-story boathouse over top of a portion of the existing dock. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to provide several exemptions. The proposed sizes of the dwelling and boathouse will result in an increase in lot coverage. On Lake Muskoka, a maximum lot coverage of 10% is permitted, and a lot coverage of 11%, or 2,499 square feet, is proposed. In this case, the existing single-story dwelling is a legal non-complying building with a front yard setback of 27.7 feet. The proposed setback is 35 feet. Although this setback is an improvement, the comprehensive zoning bylaw would only permit the addition of a second story at a minimum setback of 50 feet, and therefore an exemption to this front yard setback requirement has been requested. On Lake Muskoka, boathouses are permitted to project a maximum of 50 feet from the shoreline. In this case, the existing dock projects greater than 50 feet, and the applicants are proposing to construct a boathouse over top of this existing boat slip. Given that the boathouse would extend 63 feet, an exemption to the boathouse length has been requested. Please note that since last October, there have not been any additional comments received from circulated comment agencies or from members of the public. The applicants have now submitted additional information and have requested that the application return to committee for further consideration. Staff have received a property survey and a site plan which confirms that the proposed footprint of the dwelling is located above the defined static floodline elevation and therefore is outside of the defined floodway of Lake Muskoka. A watercourse assessment prepared by a biologist has also been received. The assessment concludes that potential negative impacts can be effectively mitigated through the implementation of recommendations that are provided in this assessment report. Recommendations include stormwater management, construction mitigation techniques, vegetation retention, that the intended removal of the sleeping cabin be completed without the use of heavy equipment, and that native trees and shrubs be planted in the entire front yard area, as well as this area being designated as a no maintenance area. If committee is considering recommending approval, staff have recommended that the property and the proposed development be made subject to site plan control. This would allow staff to ensure that the recommendations of the assessment will be implemented. It would then also be the intention of staff to use the site plan control process to implement stormwater management and vegetation retention measures to assist with mitigating built form. In consideration of the additional information that has been submitted and provided the property is made subject to site plan control, staff have recommended that the application be approved. And I have no further comments at this time, but we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sawyer. And I believe Mr. Szczerbak is the agent for this. Welcome, Stefan.
Thank you. Hi, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stefan Szczerbak with Planscape Inc. Just a very brief presentation. Thank you to Mr. Sawyer. I think the report is thorough. We essentially completed all the tasks that the committee asked the applicant to do. They're presented in front of you. We're satisfied with staff's recommendation and are agreeable to the implementation of a site plan application to ensure any recommendations are fulfilled. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So committee, do we have comments, questions? Nope, I'm going to read the motion then. Moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommended Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-31/21 Smith, roll number 5-9-039 be approved, subject to the property being made subject to site plan control. Any discussion? All in favor? Madam Clerk? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. That carries. All right, so up next, I believe, is Ms. Walker with the Schipper. There you are. Welcome back, Ms. Walker.
Thank you very much, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 67/21 bylaw 2021-206 in the name of Schipper. The subject property is known municipally as 1113 Gulf Avenue Road. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The subject land contains a two-story boathouse with a dwelling located in the upper story and an associated dock. The applicants propose to demolish the existing two-story boathouse with the dwelling and the associated dock and construct a new two-story boathouse with a dwelling and an associated dock. The application was originally heard at the April Planning Committee meeting. Committee deferred a decision on the application at that time and requested that the applicants move the proposed shoreline structures to be located off the unopened original shore road or off the unopened township original road allowance, pardon me. The applicant has since redesigned the proposed shoreline structures to be wholly located on the subject property. In addition to the original exemptions requested, the new footprint has triggered the need for an amendment to Exemption K and two new exemptions. Exemption K has been amended to specify the proposed setback from the unopened road allowance for the proposed dock, stairs, ramp, and two-story boathouse. New exemptions are required from the side yard setback from the northerly side lot line to the proposed two-story boathouse with a rooftop sun deck and the proposed dock. The boathouse and dock are to be 22.9 feet from the side lot line, where 45 feet and 30 feet are required respectively. A full list of the proposed exemptions can be found in Table 1 of the staff report, and I'm happy to explain any of those exemptions in further detail. 2 letters of support have been received since the April meeting from John McDonald and Pat and Morley Snyderman, area property owners. These submissions were forwarded to committee in advance of today's meeting and can be read at full at the requested committee. I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering recommending approval of zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 67/21 bylaw 2021-206, staff have recommended that approval be subject to the necessary minor amendments to reflect the amended application. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. A committee? Any? Oh, sorry, Mr. Allen, taking away your moment. So please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair Bridgman. Well, maybe it's hard to see me. I feel like I'm sitting in the dark here sometimes, like some type of jazz club. Thank you very much, Ms. Walker, for the detailed review of the past initial application. I do have a very brief presentation to show committee the result of the relocation. Since the April meeting, the Schipper family has engaged a contractor. They wanted to ensure that the boathouse and dock location, can meet the technical requirements for sewage connection as well as access. So this was the existing boathouse and dock that exists today with encroachments over the side lot line onto the road allowance. Next slide, please. This is the proposed application that was initially heard in April. Effectively, the boathouse and dock was slid forward on the existing angle approximately 10 feet farther out into the lake. However, the amount of development on the road allowance was reduced by about 50%, but the road allowance remained. The encroachment remained. You definitely heard loud and clear from the committee that you wanted the encroachment removed. So if we move to the next slide, this is the proposed plan with the red outline boathouse. That's the existing. So it's about a 40-foot movement from where the dock and boathouse are today, which fully removes the encroachment onto the road allowance, and in fact does provide some nominal setbacks for those structures from the onshore portion. And as Ms. Walker mentioned, because of the relocation, we're now triggering setback requirements from this northern lot line. One more slide, please. This is the location on the shoreline where the boathouse and dock will move back above the high water mark. Those trees that are taped are the trees that would be removed. The shippers worked diligently to try to find a location that required limited tree removal, yet still allowed for servicing to be required. If we turned around and looked directly behind where this picture is taken, the shoreline becomes very steep and rocky, and blasting would be required. So we're hopeful that committee would advance this application today, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay, committee, any comments? Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you, I appreciate the fact that you've moved the structure off of the shore road allowance, but looking at the picture, it's turned so the road shore allowance is there, and there's your structure. So it's if you take 2 steps into the water off the road allowance, you're going to hit their boathouse or their dock. Is there any way to turn the structure so that it's more in line with the property lines?
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. Through you, Chair Bridgman. It's my understanding that this, between the water depths, obstacles that were in the water itself, for example, there's some rocks that are within the water. This location is kind of ideal for ingress and egress of boats. The direction from the committee was to remove the encroachment on land. The direction was not to remove the encroachment over the projection of the side lot line for the water in water portion of the structure. So that was the direction that we took, and we returned a plan that met that direction.
Hey, Councillor Hayes, you okay?
Not really. Although the physical structure has been removed, I know of other property owners who may encroach on the 15-foot setback of the property line and had to move their docks or their boathouse. So I'm a little bit, yes, I appreciate that you have moved it, but it's still basically encroaching on the public road allowance.
Mr. Allen, do you want to? I mean, I think you answered that. Do you have any further comment on that?
I don't have any other further comment other than the direction provided was to remove the encroachment from the onshore portion, which we have done.
Yes. Okay. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. And I guess I'd also refer to potentially Councillor Edwards, who would probably have an equally good understanding of this property. I'm not as worried about the encroachment on the projected lot line. I think when people enter the shore or actually walk on the water, we don't follow the projected lot line. We typically follow a perpendicular lot line to the shore. And in this particular case, we've moved the building off the perpendicular lot line or the area of the shore. So that's why I'm not worried about it. And it's triggering other setbacks on the other side. They're trying to rebuild sort of similar size that they had and fit it as best they can into the shore. So, I mean, it's great expense for them to move it off of our road allowance right now. So I'm not as worried about the projected lot line. I would be worried as we've moved it on the actual lot line. So I'm okay. And maybe Councillor Edwards wants to comment.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at page 371. The new proposed dock is, I think it's 155 square feet. And I think we had mentioned that that should not be allowed. And also there was an enlargement of the second story unit there because it is oversized. It's an undersized lot. I don't mind giving them what they had, but I don't think we should be increasing it at this point. And if you can look at that, the proposed dock then crosses our imaginary road allowance even more.
Oh, Councillor Roberts, you have, Councillor Edwards?
Well, and that, like looking at page 370, you see the existing dock. And it's, and then when you go down, they've added, I think it's 155 square feet in there, which again crosses the lot line, or comes very, very close to it. So I would say they can have what they had before, but I don't think at this point it's a very small lot and it shouldn't be increased in that. But I'll leave it up to others how they feel about it. But I mean, they're getting basically over 900 square feet above it, which for a boathouse we normally allow 650 square feet. I like I say, I feel sorry for them. I don't mind going to what they had, but I don't think we should be increasing it.
Okay, thank you. My memory serves me that the reason for the increase in the dock was that the dock as it sits now doesn't have much space for usage. And I believe that was the argument given. Mr. Allen, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So I actually can understand that you want to have a decent sized dock for your waterside entertainment, I guess. So that's just my comment. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. I guess just to confirm, I think it was like 2 or 4 square feet of upper space. It wasn't very much that we were adding, I think, to the upper. I think they were just squaring up a portion. That may have even changed. So just confirmation of how much additional, if added, second story square area. And as I'm looking down at the dock, you know, virtually the dock on an angle as it was, you certainly really couldn't park a boat across there of any variety. We sat yesterday and approved a swimming dock, so they had a swimming area and people could lounge with kids and put a little wading pool down on the dock. They don't have really any area on their current dock to be able to do that. So and I am in favor of people sitting down in and around the waterfront, and more than just a long narrow dock to have to step over one another. So I don't think it's egregious in any way. It's not affecting shoreline structures anyway. Yes, again, I'll say it's over the projected lot line, but their whole property, the whole boathouse is over the projected lot line today and making it totally unusable. So I'm okay with the application.
Mr. Allen, I believe if you can help me on this, on the second, on the second story, I think it was being angled so they could put doors in out to the deck. I'm going back on my memory a little bit on this. To Mayor Harding's point, I don't believe it was a big addition on the boathouse, but it was going to functionally make a big difference to them. Can you help me on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bridgman. You have an excellent memory. That is exactly why the additional space on the upper level was required. It's approximately 2.5 square feet of additional area. It allows for the door that opens into kind of the kitchen living area to be at a different angle, to be more commodious, so to speak, and provide more usability of that space, less awkward.
Okay, all right, so I know we've had a couple of councillors perhaps suggest some changes. Anybody else have any comments? And I'm going to make the assumption then that I can read this as is. So unless there's any more comments, I'm going to read the motion. So moved by Mayor Harding, seconded by Councillor Kelly, and Mayor Harding, you have your hand up.
Sorry, you could have read. I one quick question. And just to help us a little bit, I think because of the projection of lot lines, excuse me, should they continue to move this further to the north, we'd be into side yard setback issues on that angle as well. So I really want to kind of understand that. I appreciate we say keep moving it north, but it's going to compound. They're trying to fit it in the middle of this property here. And because of the converging lot lines, you'd end up with a 10-foot structure, I think, to meet side yard setbacks. If I'm not mistaken, maybe someone can answer that.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you, through you, Chair Bridgman. I would agree with Mayor Harding. The farther the revised plan actually doesn't comply with setbacks from the northern lot line as a result of the relocation entirely off the road allowance. So you're correct. The farther this boathouse and dock structure moves north, the greater non-compliances are triggered from the northern side lot line. So we've removed the entire encroachment. We do have increased setbacks, 6 feet for the boathouse itself. The dock's a little less, but the direction that we were provided seemed to be that the committee was generally supportive of the changes, provided that we remove the encroachment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. The proposed dock that's out front that's swinging back onto the road allowance, is there any way that it could be situated on the other side of the boathouse near the front so that it would not encroach onto the lot lines on the northern side? So just basically just flip it from the south side to the north side?
Well, Mr. Allen, we'll ask you that question.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bridgman. I guess I suppose anything is possible, but the desire was to keep the existing built form, size, scale, orientation, configuration, what is in keeping with what's there today. We would have to go back and entirely redesign the dock and boathouse if that's the will of the committee. I didn't feel that those were the types of comments or direction that was being provided at the last meeting in April.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who would like to pick up on Councillor Hayes on that? Okay, all right. So, and I will say that I appreciate that you did come back with all that we asked for. We don't always see that, so it was appreciated. Councillor Edwards.
Sorry, I can support Councillor Hayes on that. It would take it off of the thing. And as they were saying, they were trying to keep it what it was, but yeah, they've added 155 square feet. So that could go over on the other side. And I believe they own the other property as well. I'm not sure, but I think it would be better over there. And that's why I would support Councillor Hayes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Again, I respect that we're looking at the property. They're trying to maintain the size and character of what was there. It's legal non-conforming. They're moving it to move it off our road allowance, which they're doing. So yes, it's over the projected road allowance. I get it. But this is a road allowance that, let's be honest, people don't use. It's for future, in potentially if we needed to provide access to the water. The building's been over in its entirety. If I was designing my own boathouse, to be honest, I wouldn't want my dock or a bigger sitting area in the shade of this boathouse. The sunset, the view, if you want, and the reason the boathouse, I think, was originally oriented this way, is facing to the west and the southwest, which is predominantly. Otherwise, in the future, if you built a bigger dock on the north side, that whole building would be shaded by the boathouse, or the whole dock would be shaded by the boathouse. And I just, I'm okay, as I say, I think it's maintaining what was there. Yes, the dock is slightly larger. It's squaring up. We're not adding any more shoreline coverage or anything else. And we're just creating a sitting area for their family to enjoy the waterfront. If someone was to come down to the water on our road allowance, they would swim. If they wanted to leave and go swimming, you would swim straight out. You don't swim on a 45-degree angle from the shore saying, this should be my property. So, as I say, I'm okay with it as it is.
Okay, so my sense is that we may have a couple of councillors who would like to see that change, but I don't believe we have any more support for that. So I am going to, given no further discussion, I am going to read this motion. Moved by Mayor Harding, seconded by Councillor Kelly, Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-67/21 Schipper roll number 3-2-081 be approved subject to necessary minor amendments to reflect the amended application. Any more discussion? All in favor? Okay, see if that carries. Okay, those opposed, if we need to do that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Thank you, committee, for all your time today. Cheers.
Okay. So, Rachel, do we have Sue Daglish here yet? I didn't see her before. Okay, I know we're early for her, so we'll work her in then when we see her come. Okay, so I believe that we can now we will now go back to we're going to look to Director Pink to talk to us about the GIS technician contract extension. Director Pink.
Thank you, Chair. Committee will recall that Council in the 2022 budget did approve a contract position for a GIS technician. That would it's a pilot project where the position would be housed, supervised by District of Muskoka. However, they would be doing work exclusively for the Township of Muskoka Lakes. It was largely to create new mapping, improve that feature for our ratepayer in the community. I'm pleased to announce that the position has been filled. However, after the budget process and recruitment process, it does take some time, and that position only relatively recently was filled, leaving only roughly half of the year left to complete the work. Certainly not enough time to complete all the work that we would like to see. So staff is recommending that the savings from the first roughly 5 to 6 months of the year in not having the position filled be utilized to fund the position into the first 6 months of 2023. Arguably, I think also, I think most would recognize the GIS needs of the municipality and the greater features and benefits that we can provide to the community. I think consideration should be given to having in the draft 2023 budget the full year in order to allow those projects to come to fruition. I'll leave it at that. If committee has any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I'm supportive of that. It's a good idea. I would hope that Director Pink, that you could sort of give us an update before end of term on the benefits that have been realized with this position. So to be good information to next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. I'm finding that I'm using the GeoHub a lot more often than I used to, and I'm depending on that information to be current and accurate. So yes, I support this completely.
Okay. Do I have any other comments? Oh, okay. All right. So the resolution only has the first 6 months. So what Director Pink is suggesting is if we'd like to have this for the whole next year, and I think you might need to clarify how that's going to be utilized.
Thank you. Again, keep in mind that's just direction to include it in the draft budget. The next term of council will certainly consider that the full extension, but it may be easier from an administrative perspective if we had that direction. We can include it in the draft budget at this time. Again, even 12 months is really limited time to complete the amount of projects. As Councillor Hayes rightly noted, I think everyone, once they get more familiar with the GeoHub and start using it, there's a wealth of information there. Not only do we need to maintain it and update it, what we're looking to do is actually add a lot of additional information, layers, previous applications, etc., and that will take some time. So I can certainly amend the resolution just to reflect the direction to include the full 12 months in next year's draft budget, if that's
okay. I'm going to guess we're all in favor of that. This is to go to. Okay. Okay, we will. All right, so we're going to move on then, and I'm just looking at my agenda. So I believe we have Mr. Moore. If you could help us out here with the community improvement plan and what the district wants to see us agree to. Well, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good afternoon, committee. Yes, this is just a follow-up from last month's report to committee regarding some of the suggested modifications from the District of Muskoka. The appendix, the updated CIP is just attached as Appendix 1 to the report. That includes the language surrounding those modifications. So we're just looking for approval of those changes to the CIP today.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from anyone? Councillor Hayes.
Sorry, I have three things. Corey, the visual impact of the chairs being displayed is wonderful. But being that I have 2 knee replacements, I cannot sit on Muskoka chairs. So is there any way that we can actually get some pictures with chairs in there that people that don't have a full range of mobility could actually use so that it would be welcoming to them in the actual overview of the CIP? Also, the crosswalk, it's still being displayed as a step out there and it will stop traffic. My fear is unless it is a timed lighted unit, we're going to end up with cars backed up all the way to Foodland because the traffic there, the pedestrian traffic is really, really heavy. And if one goes and another one goes and another one goes, we are going to be backed up. The third one that I have is about something that the district added, I believe, which is page 55 on the attainable housing. They're suggesting housing grants for attainable housing and tax reductions that go from 5 to 10 years. And that is specific to the towns. That is different than the attainable housing policies that we have for all of the area. And I think that we should be, any of our grants or tax reductions should be applied the same across across the entire township. And those were the 3 things that jumped out at me. So I'm looking for input from other people to see if it was something that they'd be interested in supporting.
Okay, committee. Councillor Hayes, who's our eyes on all of the detail in these reports, has come up with 3 suggestions. I would certainly support her 3 suggestions. Do I have a sort of straw poll on that? So Corey, can we give that as our feedback then? Okay. Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, through you. I just wanted to pick up on the second point that Councillor Hayes was talking about with the crosswalk, particularly in Port Carling. And I would imagine that the engineers would be putting tremendous thought into this, but there's also the bridge on the other side. So just layering into anything that we do here is going to take a lot of thought, as well as communication with the public on how to do things safely. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, committee. Now, do we need to update this motion to say along with suggestions that were made during this meeting? I think we do, because it says approved as reported. So, David, you're on again. Okay, well, oh, sorry, hang on.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. I was in the midst of writing the last resolution and missed some of the comments from Councillor Hayes, but perhaps I think because I think the district approach, to be completely honest, was a little unorthodox in that their modifications were a little open-ended. Staff feels that a final approval needs to be given today to these changes. So we do need to be very clear, very specific as to what those changes are. Perhaps Mr. Moore and I, during the next break or during the remaining discussion on the meeting, can encapsulate in the resolution exactly Councillor Hayes' comments so that they can be incorporated in the resolution, and then we can make that final change to the CIP. So if you could perhaps indulge, but I'm pleased to announce the last resolution is now ready. So perhaps we could go back to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the other announcement is that either your writing's getting better or I'm reading it better. I'm not sure which one it is. So there you go. All right. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that staff be authorized to utilize the 2022 budget savings from the GIS technician contract position to extend the contract into the first 6 months of 2023, and that funding for the remaining months in 2023 be included in the draft 2023 operating budget, and that pursuant to S275 of the Municipal Act SO 2001 regarding restricted acts after nomination day, lame duck, in the event of council being restricted from ratifying the extension of the contract, the extension be subject to the delegated authority provided to the Chief Administrative Officer by Bylaw 2020-014, and I believe it's up to $50,000. He has that. So, any discussion? All in favor? Madam Clerk, that passes. Okay. All right. Do we have Ms. Daglish yet? No. Okay. So then I think, Corey, if we can, I don't want to get into the dark sky bylaw if Ms. Daglish appears very shortly. So perhaps we can jump around again a little bit. If you wouldn't mind doing the township's climate action plan update, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Yes, just an update on our progress regarding the climate action plan. We've completed our risk and vulnerability assessment with the New Leaf Community Working Group. And we met recently in June to begin our objectives, vision, and actions for the plan itself. So to date, everything still seems on track. The adaptation plan will be complete by the end of the year, at which time we'll then begin looking at our corporate mitigation and greenhouse gas reduction plans. So just a short update there, Chair Bridgman, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there is any.
Okay, thank you. Council or committee, any questions? Councilor Mazam.
Thank you. It's for you. And I think actually Mr. Moore answered my first question, which was it seems heavier on the side of adaptation versus mitigation. But it sounds to me, and perhaps you could just expand a little bit on the working group's current focus. Just I think it's helpful. You've been sitting around that table. The composition, who's inputting into this, and the fact that this is primarily focused on adaptation. What does that mean? And how do we then shift into mitigation, and what's our role? So without putting you too far on the spot there, I think it deserves a little bit further. And then I do have a second question.
Okay, Mr. Moore.
Certainly, through you, Chair Bridgman, happy to answer. There's certainly kind of different parts to this, I guess, if you will, and lots of terms and verbiage to learn throughout the process as well regarding climate change. But yes, the focus on the first task is the adaptation plan that we're currently working on district-wide. At the same time, the District of Muskoka is also going to be working on a community-wide greenhouse gas reduction plan. And the plan is for area municipalities, once the adaptation plan is complete, to then focus on their own corporate greenhouse gas mitigation plans. So the current timeline, the way it's kind of shaping up, is our adaptation plan will be complete by the end of this year. Ideally, this fall, staff will begin working on evaluating our emission baselines for the township in advance of beginning that mitigation plan. And starting in early 2023, we should begin going down that process of developing the mitigation plan and greenhouse gas reduction plan specific to the corporation of our township. I hope that kind of clears up the timeline, I guess, a bit more, and kind of the process we're taking to get there with these plans.
A follow-up, Councillor Mazan?
Yeah, thank you. And I do think there are lots of new terms, and I can appreciate that there are a lot of stakeholders who have been involved thus far in the development of this. So I think that's great. You know, there's always a sense of urgency coming from lots of different stakeholder groups. And so when you talk about adaptation, that is making an assumption that we are going to be impacted. We need to understand and change things that we are doing as a community. And then mitigation are the things that we can be doing as a township to try and offset the greenhouse gas emissions, correct? So my second question is on the funding that we had approved, which I believe was to the tune of $25,000 in the previous budget, was earmarked for our participation in the federal, I'm going to get it wrong, it's FCM. I can't remember what that stands for right off the top, but which gives us access to a lot of different tools and information. Is that something we've already started on that journey, or how does that fit in with this?
Mr. Moore?
Yep, through you, Chair Bridgman, that would be part of establishing the emission baselines for the township, and we're hoping to begin that work this fall. Just right now, the focus is on that adaptation plan, which you are correct, is focused on the climate change impacts we're currently seeing in our area, and mitigation would then focus on how we can reduce our impact on the local climate and reduce our emissions, etc. So this fall is the timeline we're hoping to begin that process for establishing our baseline emissions as a township.
And if I could just ask then that last quick question, so that we establish the baseline, which I think that's obviously a starting point. And then second to that, as I guess our asset management plan is being developed, these things will all start to interconnect. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair Bridgman, absolutely. Yep, all the plans will definitely connect, and through the asset management plan, parks and recreation, active transportation, they'll all kind of connect together along with our mitigation plans, how we look at future projects and initiatives.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So Corey, to you, sir, specifically, we got a certain distance on the electric vehicle recharging stations and then stopped. I guess two parts to my question. Is there an intent, as you are our representative on the district, as our township, responsibility towards charging stations in a more fulsome manner? And the second part would be the township itself. Is that a public works? Is that going to come back to us in some other way? Clearly, we don't want to forget about it. And I quite honestly forget where we ended up with it. I know we said no at the time because it wasn't the right strategy. Are we working on a strategy in concert with your other efforts? Or should be?
Mr. Moore?
Through you, Chair Bridgman, yes. We haven't forgot about the delegation and the strategy towards the future of EV charging stations in the township. To date, staff have been doing some background research, if you may, on these types of initiatives, trying to learn as much as we can regarding kind of the different avenues that we see in other municipalities, and then kind of come back to committee with a recommendation on how we should best proceed forward as a township.
Follow up, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, to your point, thank you for that answer. What about the other 5 that we're working with? Are you seeing any initiatives in there that are little nuggets of gold that we should be looking at, or how does that fall out of this whole process? Synergies and others.
In terms of the other 5, I'm assuming you mean the other 5 lower tier municipalities, how they're working towards EV stations. It's interesting. Through my early research, there's different roles that municipalities have taken in regards to EV stations, and we've even seen that locally. A few municipalities, they've let the private sector kind of take the lead and run with it. And in others, we have seen the municipality take the lead. So there's certainly two kind of paths that we've seen locally, but we're definitely evaluating each. And when we return to committee with a recommendation, we'll definitely include all that information in it for consideration.
Okay. All right. Any more comments or questions? Okay. Thank you for the update, Mr. Moore. Was great. Okay. And welcome, Ms. Daglish. And we're looking forward to hearing the update on the Heritage Plaque program. I know you've been very, very busy. And you are on mute.
There we are.
There you are. So welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you. I was asked by the Township of Muskoka Lakes to research and capture the history of the settlers who came before us. So in a small world, I'm delighted to be preserving our history. This unique project, because it includes all of the township's communities, most programs are centered in Bylaw and Port Carling. This will also be a tourist attraction and a walking attraction. I call this program the Plaque Project. At the beginning of the project, I gave an estimate of $1,200 to put plaques in Port Carling and Bylaw. We have used the first $600 to do Port. So my purpose today is to request the balance to complete Bylaw and to request an additional $10,000 to cover all the other towns and villages in the township. This is how the project began. As I drove through the tiny town of Mount Albert, I noticed white plaques on several of the homes. A closer examination, done from the sidewalk, listed 3 pieces of information about the house: the name of the first occupant, what he did for a living, then the date the house was built.
Ms. Daglish, could you just put that up a little higher? We can't see it.
Sorry.
A little higher. Just, I think it's called cover your face. I'm sorry, but there you go. So just repeat that again. The first line is
the name of the first occupant, then what he did for a living, then the date the house was built.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've all seen that now. Thank you.
So many of those occupations have disappeared. Chandler, spittoon manufacturer, wheelwright. When I visited Stratford, lo and behold, there were the same exact plaques. Then visiting Niagara-on-the-Lake and Oakville, they were there too. I love history. Since 2006, as a program of the Muskoka Lakes Museum, I've offered historic walking tours of Port Carling and Port Sandfield. As a result, I've come to be seen as a local historian and recruited to serve on the Township Council's Heritage Committee. At a meeting of this committee, I described these fascinating plaques, and all of a sudden, the museum and I were tasked with the job of identifying suitable houses around the township and presenting the homeowners with a plaque. It sounded quite simple, but it's been extremely difficult. Since I live here last summer, I began with Port Carling. My friend Don Stephen, whose family were early settlers and whose grandmother wrote the definitive history of Port Carling, volunteered to walk with me through the town to identify houses which met my criteria. The house had to have been built prior to 1935, still display many of the vestiges of the original house, be well cared for, and be on a walking route. Don and I identified 18 houses. That was the easy part. After that, it became extremely challenging. When I reached out to the municipal staff in East Gwillimbury, Mount Albert, they told me that the staff used the town's records to obtain the data needed. But COVID-19 decreed otherwise. The municipal office was closed to me. So I spent a great deal of last summer roaming the streets of Port Carling, knocking on doors and explaining the project. There were several places where I was never able to contact the occupant. One beautiful home was owned by a person who seemed convinced that this was a scam. Many homeowners had no clue about, most homeowners actually had no clue about when their house was built, much less the name or the occupant of the first owner. I ultimately identified 10 houses to receive plaques. And on August the 19th, we held an event to officially launch the Port Carling portion of the Plaque project. Over the winter, I identified long-term residents in several communities who have agreed to help me find the information I require for their community. I have now completed Bylaw and hope to be presenting 18 plaques there at the end of the month. My goal is to have plaques in the remaining communities. Torrance, Walker's Point, Milford Bay, Windermere, Manette, Port Sandfield, Glen Orchard, Foots Bay, Bent River, Utterson, Ullswater, Raymond, and Hecla. In these smaller centers, if I cannot find a knowledgeable citizen, I plan to distribute posters to announce the program. As a result of this poster, 2 other homeowners in Port Carling have requested and should be receiving plaques. This project has received much interest. It has been reported in the Examiner. I've presented this project to several other places. I've even been invited to speak about it at the Chautauqua Festival. As I've gone about, several people have commented that they're pleased to see their tax dollars in action. To me, it represents a win-win for council optics, tourism, civic pride, and celebrating our unique history. So in summary, I'm asking for the remaining portion of the original request of $600 plus an estimated additional $1,000 to complete all the other locations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Daglish. When you first spoke, I thought you were asking for 10,000, but you're asking for 1,000. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
If you want to give me 10, I'll take
Okay, well, we'll move to that once we get the 1,000. Okay, committee, and it is wonderful. Thank you. I know how hard you have worked on this, and I know your passion for it too. So it's been really uplifting and fun in a world that doesn't have a lot of that at the moment. All right, Mayor Harding.
Thank you, and thank you, Susan, for your dedication. Certainly, the plaques have been well received that I know of. And your work is tireless in making this happen. I'm certainly in support of the next $600 and an additional $1,000 to continue this program going. So I don't think we need to debate that too long. The only thing I will say that not to slow down the work, but one of the aids to you can be next January when the tax bills go out, that we could do a little bit of a blurb about this, and that if you live in a home over such and such a year, if you do whatever, we could provide an email address for people. And I'm sure that Mr. Moore could create an aspect of our website for people to log in and to record some of the information that might make your job a lot easier. So over the next several months, that can continue dialogue between yourself and Mr. Moore. But I think that would be certainly appropriate as we reach out to the public and gain the history of this amazing area.
Thank you very much, Mayor Harding. I must admit, I was taken aback when that guy thought I was scamming him. So that having that endorsement would be extremely helpful.
Oh, then it'll be a sophisticated scam. You know how that goes. Sorry.
So,
Anyway,
so Phil and I will be in the same jail.
So, Mr. Moore, I do have a quick question before I go to more questions. I know we've already allocated the rest of the funds for this project. The $1,000 that Ms. Daglish is looking for, do we have that somewhere in our current budget that we don't have to, do something that isn't already there?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bridgman. That's why I popped on. I just wanted to make sure and provide a little bit of a reminder. Last year, Ms. Daglish presented this new initiative, and we supported it with a $600 contribution from the Heritage Committee Fund. And I did discuss with Director Pink, and we would be able to use that fund again this year should the committee wish to support, I guess, phase 2, if you will, of this initiative. If that's the will of committee, we can certainly return with a resolution and a report to council next month to put that in action.
Terrific. Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Well, thank you, and certainly supportive, Susan. Great job, you and your husband, when we met in Bylaw. You guys are amazing and intense. What a project. Our community is a better place because of you. I certainly am supportive of what the mayor has said as well, and any supports we can give you will just add a little bit of extra impetus to your project. So thank you very much for your time.
It's been interesting.
Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. And I hadn't really planned on bringing this up, but as I was listening to Mrs. Daglish's passionate presentation, I think it invokes in most of us. And I go back to our strategic plan. We talk about preserving and protecting our heritage and culture. And now having gone through our 4th year of this, I just think there's an opportunity on a larger or broader scale for us to be a bit more strategic and thoughtful on how we want to approach this, like developing policies and maybe embedding it within our active strategy moving forward. If that's the right place for it, I don't know. But really embracing our culture and heritage as part of our character and actually having a plan versus waiting to have people like Ms. Daglish stand up and actually take her own time and go door to door and meet new friends. I think there's an opportunity in this. And, I know that as a council, we won't have that opportunity today, but perhaps for those who are listening, and I'm looking directly at you, Corey, through Zoom, but perhaps that is something that could be contemplated. I think it's an important part of a diversified and sustainable tourism opportunity. I think Ms. Daglish is correct. We talk a lot about culture, recreation, history. We spend a tremendous amount of time talking about planning. And to me, this is an element of it. And so I just, as I said, I hadn't planned on talking about this today, but I do think there's an opportunity. And I think if we look to municipalities around us like Gravenhurst and Huntsville, they have plans in place. So I think we probably could give a nudge to that for the next council. So thank you very much for your work. And I look forward to walking through, I guess, Port Carling at this point and seeing those plaques. Thank you.
So committee, I believe we have full support for this. So I guess I'm looking to Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, you want to speak?
Yes, perhaps Chair Bridgman, maybe to help speed this up, perhaps I could draft a resolution to share with the clerk that could be read to move this forward today versus waiting till next month, and we can proceed with getting Ms. Daglish the funding.
As long as that's not out of our procedural, Mayor Harding, you'd like to speak?
Thank you. I think the other thing we can do is we can also just provide verbal direction recorded in the minutes to bring a resolution directly to council next month, which would be the same in effect as to how walking on a strange resolution today. We can get the wording proper.
Yeah. So, but if the 600, yeah. So yes, let's look at that. Councillor Mazan.
I apologize. I got so distracted with my other thought that I forgot to come up with this one. I believe there's a walking tour also in Windermere that has been created or developed. And I think these things are interesting, and I just would give a nudge again to economic development and communications. If this infrastructure has been developed, somehow we can start celebrating that a little bit more and communicating it out to our communities. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. And just to be cohesive, the original money came from the Heritage Committee. A motion was passed there for the original 600. We have a committee meeting coming up on the 28th of this month, and I'm sure Mr. Pink already has this on the agenda, so it should flow through normally.
Thank you. That was my thought too. I think Heritage may be where it should come through, not economic development could tag on, but that is where it started. So everybody in agreement? Okay. So Sue, thank you so much for all your hard work, and we all look forward to when those smaller communities also can partake in this. Okay, thank you.
And in closing, I invite any one of you to come with me and walk the tour of Fort Carling. Just give me a call.
Okay, that sounds good. Maybe we can arrange it after one of our short meetings, but I'm not sure when that will be. Okay, thanks, Ms. Daglish.
Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. All right. So I believe we can now move on to our dark sky bylaw update. And Mr. Kennedy, I know you're here somewhere. There you are. Welcome. And please, you can introduce this for us.
Good afternoon, committee members and chair. This report is backing on to another bylaw that that we're looking to update, is the dark sky bylaw. As per the report, we are simply introducing this as a first draft of the bylaw, and we're asking that it be put onto the Engage Muskoka Lakes page for 60 days and distributed out to the known associations for some comments on this. So by no means is this going to be the final draft, I don't think, but to highlight a few of the changes, I think the major one that we're looking at is the wording changes in this bylaw. The current dark sky bylaw, a lot of these sections are, if you will, written as like a policy statement where it's it's encouraged to do this or encouraged to do that. So we have changed that around so that it's a no person shall, and in turn that gives us a lot better enforceability in the bylaw. Other notable changes are the interior lighting that shines outward onto the lake. The reason for that is we have received some complaints over the last year or so on newer builds, mainly where they are all glass frontages shining out towards the lake, or actually, facing out towards the lake. And in the front foyer, there is a big, massive chandelier. Someone turns that on, and it's pretty much a beacon of light going out into the lake. So that's the reason that's been put in there. Other major changes are the festive lights and the architectural lighting for the times to be turned off between 11 and 6 a.m. for the architectural lighting. I believe I put 11 to 7 for the festive lighting, just because, especially around Christmas time, we obviously have shorter days. So in putting this report forward, I've already received numerous comments from the public just in regards to this. I have notified as many people as possible that this bylaw is coming forward today. So I'm sure that the Engage page will be quite active over the next 60 days. But I don't think there is anything else to elaborate on the report, so I am happy to take any questions if needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kennedy, I was just thinking we've got a fairly long email, I think it was last night, from one of our constituents with lots of great input. And I just want to confirm to that constituent that you will be looking at that, because and the pictures were really good about this interior lighting that basically goes everywhere because it hits the ground and it reflects.
Yeah, that's correct. That person actually did have a conversation with me after the council meeting yesterday. We talked at length before he was going to send that. So I'm well aware of what he's looking for, and he sent me a couple other emails that I don't think all of council have seen yet. But he's made some great comments on what we're looking for. So
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you. Good job on the bylaw. I do have a couple of, well, 4 requests that Mr. Kennedy had requested that we look at setting a specific time, date time for seasonal illumination. And he suggested Halloween and our Christmas season. So I would suggest 1 week in Halloween, the 25th to the 31st, and holiday season, nothing before November 15th and only to run till January 31st. Other than that, there will be no seasonal lighting. Also, wherever it says temporary events and temporary advertising, I don't mind giving up my dark sky night for temporary events. I believe they're good for the township, but I would like temporary advertising to be removed from that exemption. And all special event lighting is to be off by midnight, I would request. Section 3.0, the strobe lights and strobomatic lights. Could we please add spotlights to that as well? The big floodlights that go up in the sky. They weren't mentioned at all. And you did ask for our thoughts on the 2024 deadline. This deadline was set in 2014, giving residents 10 years to comply with changes on their outdoor fixtures. I think it should stand. I think 10 years is long enough to comply. And those were the only 4 things that I had.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. I saw Mr. Kennedy writing all of that down. Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, and through you. And certainly I subscribe to those same ones, Councillor Hayes, brilliant. Between that and what I think we received overnight, but certainly Rob's basis of this update, I think is quite amazing. One of the things that I find kind of interesting, and it probably took me a year and a half to figure out as a councillor, that the dark sky bylaw wasn't relating to the Torrance Dark Sky Preserve. And you know what I think is interesting is that what we're really talking about here is an outdoor lighting bylaw, which of course then it gets into indoor lighting reflects outside, et cetera. But I think as a lighting bylaw, we might be confusing a bunch of folks with the use of the word dark sky. And I'm almost wondering what was the original intent of this way before some of our time, that we would call a lighting bylaw, a dark sky bylaw.
Would you have that history, Mr. Kennedy?
Through the chair, no, I don't. I see Councillor Hayes has put her hand up, so maybe she might have more. I'm not too sure. I've only been here a year and a bit, so either Councillor Hayes or even maybe Mr. Pink may be able to shed some light on the original wording.
Possibly Councillor Nishikawa as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So Councillor Hayes.
The dark sky bylaw was originally brought in to protect the Torrance Barrens and our night sky. But it was to protect the entire night sky across Muskoka and give them the same night sky as the Hamptons have. So when you go outside, you look at the stars. So it is the dark sky bylaw because that's what we wanted to promote, was dark skies.
Okay, so to Councillor Zavitz's comment, can we lengthen it then so that we're clear that it's the Torrance Barrens and the rest of the township, just for clarity? Mr. Kennedy?
Through the chair, I think we could do that. The Torrance Barrens Reserve is within the township boundaries, but it is provincial property. So I'm not sure if we can put something in our bylaw relating to that. I know we have in our one schedule the surrounding area for the Torrance Barrens, saying that no lights are allowed in there, which would be our property. So I would have to do some investigating to see whether or not we can actually put something in the Barrens portion specifically, but I can definitely do that.
Okay, I think Councillor Zavitz, I don't know if I caught the gist of what you were trying to do is just help the public out.
Yeah, I think just clarity. Dark sky dark sky reserve. The only one in the world essentially is in Torrance. What we're talking about here is me contacting Rob in Christmas and saying there's a guy with a spotlight that's blowing light all the way to Bala from Keeler Road, for example. So it's funny that we would actually give this topic a moniker, dark sky, as opposed to it's a lighting, it's a fireworks bylaw. It's not a sparkly, blowy, bangy, it's fireworks, as this is lighting. It's outdoor lighting. So I don't know why it has to be such a pretty moniker, but it doesn't. I think a lot of people are confused by it, to be quite honest, because Torrance does have a dark sky reserve, and not to make too fine a point, but I don't know. I think we're in the right direction. This is all looking great, and it's encompassing everything. But just that thought. Thank you.
Well, if we added outside and inside lighting, that would catch people's attention, I think. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you, first of all, just to reference the comments we received last night, I had some of those issues, but it was a much better presentation than I could give, so I'm going to leave it alone. We'll deal with it separately. I really just want to focus today on the issue of regulating light that emanates from inside a structure. And a couple of thoughts on that. First of all, to me, the success of our ability to regulate that's going to come down to communication. It's going to come down to letting everyone know what the new expectations are, what the new rules and restrictions are. I don't know that that's something that anybody can easily look at and say this one exceeds, that one doesn't, unless you have light meters and all sorts of testers. So I think we're going to have to appeal to people's common sense in terms of making sure that there's a way to prevent unnecessary light, an assault of unnecessary light coming from within a building. I also can't help but wonder how easily or how well we're going to be able to enforce that. You're going to have to get on property. You're going to have to measure light emitted, and find somebody home or write a ticket, or I don't know how we're going to do it. I'm sure you've got that well in hand, but to me, we're opening up a Pandora's box of additional enforcement activity that at the very least is going to take some of our enforcement capability off other projects and reassign it here. And to the extent we can short circuit that with lots and lots of communication, lots of expectation setting, I think that would be really good. Last issue for me, and I understand, and I went back and read this section 129 of the Municipal Act. I see where we have the jurisdiction basically to regulate indoor lighting that can be seen outdoors. But I'm wondering if that, or if we've given any thought to whether or not that is, that authority is broadly enough cast that we can regulate it in advance. Can we prescribe things like blinds on new builds as part of a site plan agreement or something if it's all glass? Is there a way for us to kind of get ahead of this? And when we're approving a new structure that looks like it's going to be a light leaker, can we do things like prescribe blinds or low wattage lighting, or some way to just to get ahead of it rather than running around trying to catch it into violation? See if we can cut it off before the problem develops.
So, Mr. Pink, would you be or Mr. Kennedy? I think it might be Mr. Pink with the site plans and the bylaws. Mr. Pink.
Thank you. Through you, I can certainly, Mr. Kennedy and I can do some further research, but I don't believe through the site plan control process or the building permit process we'd be able to control furnishings, window furnishings, or things of that nature. But we can certainly explore and investigate what added measures we could do through those processes to certainly echo your concerns or comments about added resources needed. I think staff stressed that in the 2024 deadline, but the bylaw in general, and also just the number of bylaws, as we all know, we're updating and strengthening, are all going to start taxing the resources we have to continue the high level of enforcement that we're undertaking. So just something to keep in mind as we continue the discussion.
Thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I'd go down the road sort of as Councillor Zavza said, maybe we need to redefine the term from just dark sky bylaw to dark sky illumination bylaw or something. And I think staff can work on the words. I like the words dark sky. We've had that bylaw for a decade now or almost. I'd hate to eliminate the words dark sky from that, but I don't mind adding additional adjectives to help describe what it's about. The only one thing that, and I'm obviously interested in what the public are going to say from Engage Muskoka. You know, I noticed in our Christmas lighting exemptions that, you know, seasonal lighting will be turned off from 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. Might be a little early in the evening. And the reason I'll say, if I decide to go to a movie in Bracebridge, I won't get home potentially by 11 p.m. to turn off my Christmas lights. And it's nice to say, but there are often times that I may not be home by 11, or I may come in at 12 o'clock or do whatever. And I know in the email we received last night that they're talking about all exterior lighting on properties to be extinguished at 11 p.m. at night. There's often times that we do come home after 11 p.m. And for those people who navigate by water at night, the lights on the boathouse, you come into your home. It's nice to have lights around your home at times left on that somebody's coming home. So that's sort of my high level. I would like to look at some of the properties, and I'm aware of some properties that have the same full lights on in the summertime as they do throughout the winter time with no one being home. And those are certainly things that we need to address going forward. So the Engage Muskoka pace, I think, is going to be key as we define this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I didn't really realize how little this council, it sounds to me, know about our dark sky bylaw. I'm being very careful with my words, but you know, we've been discussing this since the early 2000s. It's about the glow. And if you ever want to see the glow, just come to my property. You can see the glow from Aurelia. You can see the glow from Gravenhurst, and you can see the glow from Bala. And many times I brought this up at our own council because we don't have dark sky compliant fixtures in Bala. We chose not to do that because of aesthetics back when. And then we had an agreement with a different director of public works that said we will only eliminate, because I think some of you know there's 15 lights all within a block. So we said, okay, the next time that they burn out, we don't have to have every single one lit up. But that's gone out the window. Again, those messages that we don't always get passed on. Dark sky is a known municipal term. It has I mean, you can say it was created because of the Torrance Barrens. That was a portion of it, but in fact, it was that Muskoka should be protected so that people could see the stars when they came here. That is the biggest thing, that you should be able to see the stars from your property. You don't have to go and travel somewhere else to be able to do that. Some of the pictures we've seen over the last year have been really horrible. I would hate to live on some of those smaller lakes that we've seen those property owners that have left town. They're not even there and for months and months, and that intrusion is awful. But I will leave the rest of my comments to discuss with Mr. Kennedy. I really hope that council will educate themselves further and in fact look at what other municipalities are doing. Gravenhurst is a great example. There's bylaws in place for commercial establishments. I don't believe that our township has actually tackled a lot of that. I know we have a bit, but mostly from complaints, and thank you, Mike Webb, because he's been a great person to try to follow up on some of our bylaws. But really, it's about protecting all of our sky, not just the Torrance Barrens. It's all of Muskoka Lakes that we should be trying to protect and enforce. Of course, along with that, because of our advocacy, that's why Gravenhurst got on board. And then that followed. So again, I just think that we should educate ourselves a little more than just the great job that the bylaw officer's done, but there's just much more information out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you. And through you, I think the 60-day engage Muskoka Lakes will be key in engaging the different stakeholders. And I think in the same way we just have gone through with our site plan alteration, there's probably people out in our community who are doing this job day in and day out that are not connected with our township because they've just historically been going out. And particularly when you talk about exterior lighting, that's typically done after. And now I'm just primarily focusing on new builds. But I think it's going to be very important that we work with our different stakeholder groups to make sure we're reaching out into the community to gain their feedback. Specifically, there's a few comments made by, and I think it was Mayor Harding who brought up about safety, specific to boathouses or docks when coming in at the nighttime. You often do need to have a light so that you actually know where you're coming into from a safety standpoint. But there are easy measures that can be done. You have different zones, so you can have very subtle lighting that's created to create that kind of safety. But those are the types of things that very practical that I think that we get to the right people, that people will start thinking about more thoughtfully. Same thing with a lot of the lights, even though not all lights are created equal. So even if they are pointing down, some of those glare right into your eyes. So that leads me to my final comment at this point. And that is what Councillor Zabit said. And I think there has to be some way that we try to incorporate it to say we really are talking about lighting here, which is where when we come back to who are the audiences that we're trying to get to, we'll just have to think about the kind of language and how we can make sure that there's a clear understanding of what we're trying to accomplish together. So I think that that is an important element. And other than that, I'm really looking forward to hearing feedback through Engage Muskoka and then through Bylaw as to some of the things that they have learned. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. First of all, one of the things I noticed they were saying with open water to have a blue light, which is fine. And yet on page 324 it says any color but red. So it should be like we should be very, very consistent in this. Are we going to go blue or any color but red? And that's one, and that's on 255. On page 318, it shows dark sky lighting. And if you look at the bottom on the coach lamp there, most of the lights sold, the light bulb comes down a little bit into that light. Are we going to make everybody change it? We're going to have to not only educate people, we're going to educate all the stores that are selling these, because somebody's going to go out and buy one of these thinking they're dark sky compliant when they're not. And I know I have coach lights on my house. If I put the other ones in, they probably would be falling down the stairs because they couldn't see. So this is one of the things that we maybe, and if you look at page 219, the Flatland Cobra head, and then a drop head. So that the drop head, the average person going out to buy a light will not know exactly what it is. And that this is one of the things I think, yes, dark sky lighting is very, very important. If you look at page 319, where the full cutoff, and that compared to the other one coming out. But the thing is this, if you look at some of the residential people who have a graduate from the house, they're walking over to it, they've got to be able to see. So, you know, we have to be reasonable about this. We'll let people and that make comments. But, you know, we should be very, very careful. If somebody has a cover on their light, but the light bulb comes down in and it's not going up into the light, it should be allowed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I'm very supportive of everything that's been said. I believe that I listened to Councillor Nishikawa about the glow in the world and in the sky. But again, I think is what I'm more in my place. I don't see that, but I'm concerned with the fishbowl or the lights on the water, and I think the mayor talked about that. And I also understand the safety issue when coming home late at night. So those are just comments. But I would like to direct. I don't know if this goes to the clerk or to Director Pink. I'm really happy to, and we see the information that comes in from Engage Muskoka. But I want to see the raw comments from the people. I get more out of the 938 lines of comments that we received on the site oration. Rather than 50% said this, 40% say that. I like to read the comments. So I'm hoping that this time we can supply those comments to councillors so they can see the feedback from the community and get a real sense of what the community is looking for here or what they feel we need to do. Thank you. Okay, I guess my question is, that's a statement, but I know I've learned specifically, can we get the comments back unsanitized? And I see, yeah, Lauren, you're smiling there. So I'll leave over to you, or sorry, Madam Chair.
No, that's fine. It's either Mr. Kennedy or I'm assuming we can get them as long as there's no names attached to them. But who would like to respond to that? Oh, Mr. Pink is going to take this. Okay, hang on. Let me just get.
Thank you. Yes, certainly when matters come back, we do our best to summarize, just to provide a brief summary for those who want to take the shorter read. But we can certainly provide the list of the actual comments. We will have to go through it beforehand and make sure we put the FOI lens on it. I did want to point out, though, just so that committee's aware, the recommendation is simply to have an engage page to begin the discussion. We weren't contemplating an online survey with results. We could consider that if committee wishes. However, there's really no drastic changes, perhaps other than the interior lighting controls, but it's more an opportunity for comments, and we can certainly forward those. I did just want to quickly comment as well to Committee Member Edwards. I guess questions or comments on the consistency. I believe you were looking at the existing bylaw with the lights for snowmobiles, and we're suggesting in the proposed draft, you'll see where it changes to the blue. So we have addressed it, but I would echo your comments and just to again reiterate, I think that 2024 date, I don't think I can understate how significant that may be on the community. As Member Edwards, I think, correctly pointed out, there's a lot of non-compliant grandfathered fixtures when you look at the examples, and there will need to be a lot of changes or retrofitting. And I believe what needs to get done, and it's on our list for 2023, yes, the bylaw has been in place since 2014, and there's a lot of time for the community to be aware of it. I don't think we've done an adequate job of communicating to the community what needs to happen in 2024, and we really need to put our efforts towards spreading that word next year so that in 2024 it is a manageable turnover, but it potentially, or it has certainly the potential to overwhelm bylaw resources based on the level of grandfathered non-compliance that may exist in our community. We find with bylaw complaints, once one is submitted, it tends to domino into multiple complaints by multiple landowners, and it can quickly become overwhelming. So just something again to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I know Mr. Kennedy wanted to speak, but I'll just, I think Mr. Pink highlighted the fact that we certainly need to, beyond Engage Muskoka, to understand what's going on with this. We certainly need to do a better job of promoting this dark sky bylaw, and if it comes into effect in 2024, maybe it's delayed till 25, 26, we can amend that with that. I think number one, what we take to the public on Engage Muskoka, I believe should be more of a red line version to sort of highlight in particular some of the changes. I think would be appropriate, and people can understand what was and what is coming down in particular. The other thing, and I'll just put a note in from a staff's year perspective, this fall, and I've recommended this in the past, that we use or we offer to the general public a simple blue light bulb for those people who want to change their red light bulb on their bubblers to blue. It draws attention to the safety, but I think we can use the $1.98 or whatever it costs to buy a few light bulbs for those people who take us up on it as a springboard to and pay attention to the dark sky light bylaw that is coming through, and this is in there. So I would use something small, and I'll call it gimmicky, but if we had, you know, a couple hundred blue light bulbs at the township office, people could come in, ask questions, pick up a free light bulb, or have their contractor for their properties. I think it would go an awful long way in drawing attention to this bylaw. And I believe that we can have that discussion in a couple months.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy, I may have missed you when you wanted to speak, so please.
Yeah, through the chair, just to clarify a few things. When we go to properties for any complaint, really, and if we do notice that there are what we would call nowadays grandfathered light fixtures, we always recommend to the homeowners that, you know, hey, we have this bylaw, the drop dead date to get all this stuff fixed is 2024, January 1st, 2024. So we always do throw that to everybody out there that, you know, hey, we have this date, you got to make sure that they're compliant by this time. So rather than us coming in 2024 on a complaint per se, you know, have these done before that date, so we can kind of mitigate the issue when it comes to the year of 2024. Because as Mr. Pink has said, I think we're going to have quite a number of complaints come in specifically for dark sky, for the select people that do understand that bylaw and know that date. So I, to be honest with you, I do dread that year a little bit with that many complaints, but we'll deal with it. The other thing I did want to point out, in some of the stores in the area that I have been in, you know, custom lighting stores or custom fixture stores, one in particular that I was just in a couple weeks ago, every single light fixture that they're making would not be compliant with our bylaw whatsoever. So it's going to be a challenge to do that education. We're definitely committed to doing something to get the word out. So to these small stores, even the Home Hardware just down the road from the office, I'm sure there's some light fixtures in that store that are probably not dark sky compliant. Problem being is the only stores are really going to be able to get to are the stores that are up in this area. We all know that there's people that come up here from all over the place, and I'm sure they're going to buy light fixtures from down in stores near where they live. Some people in the United States, Europe. So it's going to be a challenge to get to everybody, but we are committed to getting that education out there to every single person we can.
Okay, thank you. All right, so committee, all we're being asked today is to put the Engage Muskoka Lakes website up for 60 days and to be distributed and allow for the public to comment, and then that staff will summarize in a further staff report together with recommendations for planning committee. So to Councillor Roberts' comment, do we want to say summarized in a further staff report with individual comments included? We can? All right. So does that help you, Councillor Roberts? They'd be anonymous, obviously, but that's not the issue. You just want to read them. I know. Okay. Mr. Pink, would you like to do that? Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll just be a second again. Okay, so moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that the draft dark sky bylaw in the form attached as Appendix 1 to report number bylaw -2 2022-06 be added to a newly created Engage Muskoka Lakes webpage for 60 days and be distributed to allow for public review and comment. And that any comments received be provided to council, reviewed by staff and summarized in a further staff report together with recommendations for Planning Committee. Okay, any comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you very much, committee. I will ask your indulgence just for 5 minutes. We're still waiting on another updated motion here for Mr. Moore and Mr. Pink to work on in terms of the community improvement. So why don't we just take 5 minutes? I'm not going to ask you to wait too long, but if we can get that under wraps and out of the way, then we're moving on to adjournment, except for new business, if anybody has any. So let's come back at 2:46. Okay, committee. We're ready. Okay, thank you for that short break. We had a little bit of discussion going on here. So the suggestion now is that this particular motion, we just pass it with the AODA compliant street furniture, to your point, Councillor Hayes. And you had some other good points. And from the discussion here, there's a bit of a process in terms of dealing with the district. So the suggestion is that we just pass this today because it's only a recommendation. And you and any other counselor who might want to could work with Mr. Moore and Mr. Pink to bring forward some of the suggestions that you wanted that we can put in a proper motion format. Would that work for you? We're not going to hold it up, but go ahead.
Yeah, that works fine. One thing that I would request is the part about the attainable housing with the grants and the tax rebate. Might we at some time get a report from the treasurer what this is going to cost us? Because right now we're kind of forging ahead, not knowing exactly what this means budget-wise. And I think we have to know that before we can go ahead and put this through.
Okay, well, you've got a meeting at the end of the month, right?
I have a meeting on heritage, but
right.
Yeah, but that's not the same as what they have here. So I would like to know what that is going to cost us.
Okay, so can I leave that with you and Mr. Moore and Mr. Pink to work on? Okay, thank you very much. All right, then I'm going to read this motion moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that the updated Community Improvement Plan attached as Appendix 1 to report number CED-2022-26 be approved together with added reference to AODA compliant street furniture. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, that carries, and we'll obviously see it again at council next month. Okay, I think the only thing we have left now is any new business from anyone? No? Well, in that case, it seems so exciting to end this meeting before 3 o'clock, but anyway, I'm going to move for adjournment. Moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Hayes. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 2:52 p.m. and the next regular Planning Committee meeting be held on Thursday, August 11th, 2022 at 9 a.m. electronically from the Council Chambers Municipal Offices in Port Carling, Ontario. And a special Planning Committee meeting will be held on Friday, July 15th, 2022 at 9 a.m. electronically from the Council Chambers Municipal Offices in Port Carling, Ontario. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And we will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of the day.